seems to go wrong with composure and clarity. It might sound impossible, right? But what if I told you that staying calm in those moments isn't about avoiding life's chaos? It's about how you respond to it. The Stoics believed that true power lies not in controlling everything around us, but in mastering our inner world. They lived through wars, betrayals, personal tragedies, and yet they managed to find peace, not because they lived in a perfect world, but because they knew how to create peace within themselves. In this video, we're diving deep into 15 life-changing lessons from Stoicism that can help you do the same. These aren't just ancient ideas. They are practical tools that can transform your mind and help you stay calm no matter what's going on around you. So if you're ready to take control of your emotions and navigate life's challenges with a steady heart and clear mind, keep watching. And if this resonates with you, consider subscribing. It's more than just joining a channel. It's a step toward building the inner strength and peace that Stoicism can help you cultivate every single day. 1. It's not what happens, it's how you see it. There's a truth that most of us miss in the chaos of our everyday lives. The world itself doesn't hold the power to make us feel happy or sad, peaceful or anxious. Life itself is neutral. It's not the traffic jam that makes you angry. It's the way your mind reacts to it. It's not the difficult conversation with your boss that causes anxiety. It's the story you tell yourself about what it means. We all walk through life with a lens. Some of us see beauty and opportunity. Others see only obstacles and frustration. And guess what? The difference is entirely in how we choose to interpret what's happening around us. Marcus Aurelius knew this better than anyone. In his meditations, he said, "The mind adapts and converts to its own purposes the obstacle to our acting." He was onto something profound here. When we encounter something difficult, it's not the thing itself that defines us. It's how we respond to it. Take a moment to reflect on this. If you can change the way you view something, you instantly change its impact on you. The challenge doesn't become an insurmountable wall. It becomes a stepping stone. Instead of feeling defeated, you feel empowered. That shift in perspective is where peace begins. But let's be honest, it's not easy. We've been conditioned to react to external circumstances as if they control our feelings. We get stuck in the narrative that life is happening to us, and all we can do is react. But the Stoics showed us a different way. They knew that peace and strength come not from controlling the world around us, but from mastering our own reactions. Think about it. How many times have you reacted impulsively only to regret it later? We've all been there. It could be a sharp word you said in anger, or that sinking feeling of stress when something doesn't go as planned. We let the situation pull us in, and suddenly we're at the mercy of our emotions. But what if you could take a step back, pause, and choose your response instead of being swept away by it? The Stoics would call this practice mindfulness, but not the kind that's about emptying your mind. Instead, it's about being fully present, fully aware of your thoughts, and recognizing that your emotions don't have to control you. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to think that we need to fix everything around us to find peace. But, as Carl Jung wisely said, the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. This means that peace doesn't come from changing the world, but from changing how we interact with it. And that starts with accepting that we can't control everything. We can't always control what people say or what life throws at us, but we can always control how we interpret and respond to those things. This idea might seem simple, but its impact is profound. Imagine you're in a traffic jam on your way to an important meeting. Immediately, your mind starts racing. "I'm going to be late. This is so frustrating. What if I lose the opportunity? You can feel the anger rising in your chest, your mind building stories about how terrible the situation is. But then, pause. Ask yourself, what if you choose to see this differently? Instead of frustration, could you choose to view this as an opportunity? Maybe you use the time to listen to a podcast, clear your mind, or reflect on your goals. The traffic doesn't change, but your experience of it does. This is the essence of Stoic philosophy. It's not about avoiding challenges or pretending that everything is fine. It's about seeing life through a lens of personal responsibility. You are responsible for how you respond. And once you realize this, you unlock a profound level of freedom. No matter what happens around you, you are in control of how you experience it. Of course, this isn't something you can master overnight. It takes practice. But with each situation, you get better at seeing things for what they truly are, neutral events that only gain meaning based on your interpretation. When you start to see that, you begin to take the power back. You don't give life the ability to throw you off course. Instead, you guide yourself through it with clarity. In many ways, this aligns with the teachings of modern psychology. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, often focuses on identifying and changing negative thought patterns because what we believe shapes how we feel. If you think you're going to fail, the anxiety you feel will increase. But if you believe you can handle the challenge, your body will calm down. Your interpretation of the situation changes your emotional state. If you have the power to choose how you react, then you can always find a way to stay calm, no matter the storm. The key is to develop awareness of the narratives running through your mind and consciously choose which ones you want to believe. The moment we begin to question the stories we tell ourselves, we start to break free from emotional reactivity. These stories often come from past experiences, fears, or assumptions. They've become so ingrained that we don't even notice them running in the background. But once we start recognizing them, we have the power to challenge them. We can ask ourselves, is this story really true? More often than not, we realize it's not. It's just our mind trying to make sense of uncertainty. This practice isn't just about quieting the noise, it's about seeing things clearly. When we step back and observe without judgment, we can see that the event we're facing isn't as big or as overwhelming as it seems. The mind has a tendency to amplify problems, but in reality, most of them are smaller than we think. Take another common example. A tough conversation with a colleague or a friend. You start to feel anxious, thinking, this is going to be awkward. What if they get upset with me? Your mind paints this whole scenario, building it up as something massive. But if you take a step back, you realize it's just a conversation, an exchange of thoughts. The pressure you feel is a result of how you've framed the situation in your mind. By challenging your interpretation, you can approach the conversation with a calmer, more confident mindset. Instead of viewing it as a potential disaster, you can see it as an opportunity to communicate, to connect, or even to learn. The situation doesn't change, but your emotional experience shifts dramatically. In essence, the Stoic approach teaches us to embrace uncertainty and respond to it with purpose, rather than reacting emotionally. Life will never be free of challenges, but by changing how we interpret them, we can remain unshaken. We can act with clarity instead of being swept away by our fears or frustrations. This is true freedom, knowing that no matter what happens around you, you can stay grounded in your own responses. And this, my friends, is where the power lies. Stoicism offers us a map to navigate life's challenges, not by changing the external world, but by changing how we see it. You have the ability to adapt to obstacles, to transform them into opportunities for growth. That's the real strength. And once you realize this, you take control, not of life itself, but of your experience of it. Remember, life is neutral. It's not the traffic jam, the difficult conversation, or the unexpected change in plans that causes the pain. It's how we choose to see it. So the next time you find yourself facing a challenge, ask yourself, what story am I telling myself about this? Is it serving me? And if not, how can I rewrite it? When you start to answer these questions, you'll realize that the key to peace and calm has always been within you. This practice isn't about perfection, it's about progress. Over time, you'll get better at shifting your perspective, at controlling your reactions, and at finding the peace that comes from mastering your mind. 2. Observe the stories you tell yourself. How often do you find yourself trapped in your own mind? You know the feeling, the one where your thoughts spiral out of control, turning a minor inconvenience into a full-blown crisis. It's almost as if your mind takes a small event and within minutes creates a whole story around it. You can feel the anxiety creeping in, your heart racing, your breath shortening, all because of something that hasn't even happened yet. Most of the time, this isn't reality. It's just your mind telling you a story. And unfortunately, it's a story you start to believe. This is the first lesson that Stoicism teaches us. You are not your thoughts. We are all familiar with the stories we tell ourselves. These stories, often filled with fear, worry, and worst-case scenarios, shape our emotions, our behavior, and our reactions to situations. But the truth is, most of the anxiety we experience doesn't come from real, external danger. It comes from the stories we create in our heads. It's the narrative we build around an event that causes us to feel distressed. For example, you might be getting ready for a presentation at work. You start to think, what if I forget my lines? What if they think I'm not prepared? What if they judge me? Before you know it, these thoughts snowball into full-blown anxiety. But here's the thing, none of this has actually happened yet. Seneca understood this concept deeply. He said, "Suffering often stems from imagination, not fact." This is a powerful statement. Think about it. Most of the pain we experience comes not from what is happening in the present moment, but from the stories we create about what might happen. This is especially true when it comes to anxiety. It's not the event itself that triggers the anxiety. It's our interpretation of that event. When you begin to recognize that these mental stories are not grounded in reality, you take the first step toward freeing yourself from them. Think about the last time you felt anxious. What was going through your mind? Was it a real, tangible threat? Or was it a mental construction? A story where you imagined every possible negative outcome? That's the thing about the mind. It's constantly narrating, and often these narratives are not based in fact. In psychology, this is known as catastrophizing, the tendency to imagine the worst possible outcome. It's a natural defense mechanism, but it doesn't make it any less harmful. The more we indulge in these catastrophic thoughts, the more we strengthen the belief that danger is everywhere, even when it's not. In many ways, our minds are like a movie projector. We take real events and instead of viewing them for what they are, we project a narrative onto them. For instance, when you get a critical email, you might tell yourself, "This is a disaster. My boss is mad at me. I'm about to lose my job." But what if the truth is much simpler than that? What if your boss was just providing feedback? Or maybe the email wasn't even as harsh as you thought. The mind is an expert at creating drama, and once it starts spinning the story, it can be hard to break free from it. Here's where the Stoic practice of mindfulness comes in. It's not about denying your thoughts or suppressing your feelings. It's about observing them, recognizing them for what they are, and choosing whether to accept them or not. By developing this awareness, you can catch yourself before the mind takes you down a rabbit hole of worry. The Stoics encouraged us to examine our thoughts carefully, to reflect on whether they are grounded in reality or if they're just products of our imagination. This practice of objectively and decide how to respond. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This applies perfectly to the stories we tell ourselves. The unconscious beliefs and narratives that shape our thoughts often go unnoticed. If we don't actively observe and question them, they will continue to control our behavior and emotions. When we bring these stories into the light, when we recognize them for what they truly are, we regain control. The key is to stop identifying with these stories and instead start questioning their validity. Take the example of social anxiety. Let's say you're going to a party where you don't know many people. Immediately, your mind begins to create a story. What if I say something stupid? What if I don't fit in? What if everyone judges me? These are all mental projections. In reality, no one has even said a word to you yet. But in your mind, you've already created an entire narrative of rejection and failure. This is how powerful our minds can be. It can take a simple situation and turn it into a source of immense stress, all because of the stories we tell ourselves. The truth is, these mental stories often say more about our internal fears and insecurities than they do about the actual situation. This is why the Stoics taught that we should not give power to our thoughts or emotions. They are not facts. They are simply reactions to the world around us. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." In other words, what we believe, what we think, and what we dwell on eventually shapes who we are. If we constantly tell ourselves stories of failure, rejection, and inadequacy, we begin to internalize these beliefs. But if we can change the story, we change the experience. So how do we start changing these stories? The first step is to become aware of them. This may sound simple, but it's incredibly powerful. Every time you start feeling anxious or overwhelmed, take a moment to pause and ask yourself, what story am I telling myself right now? Is this story based on facts, or is it just a projection of my own fears? By asking this simple question, you begin to break the cycle of anxiety. You start to take control of the narrative. Next, try to challenge the story. Is there any evidence to support it? Have you experienced something similar in the past? What was the actual outcome? Often, when we examine our stories with a critical eye, we realize that they are exaggerated or unrealistic. We may discover that the worst-case scenario we've been imagining is unlikely to happen at all. The more we do this, the more we begin to trust our ability to navigate life's challenges without succumbing to fear. This process of examining and challenging our mental stories is deeply rooted in Stoic thought. Epictetus believed that we are not disturbed by things themselves, but by our judgments about them. In other words, it's not the event that causes distress, but the meaning we assign to it. By changing the meaning we attach to our experiences, we change the emotional response they trigger. This doesn't mean we become emotionless or detached. It simply means we no longer let our emotions dictate our reality. Instead, we become the conscious creators of our experience. Jung's idea about the unconscious also ties into this. Many of the stories we tell ourselves are shaped by past experiences, memories, and fears. If we want to break free from these limiting narratives, we must first become aware of them. Only then can we begin to rewrite them. This is where personal growth happens. The more we observe our thoughts, the more we can separate ourselves from them. Instead of being caught in a mental loop of anxiety and worry, we can choose to see the situation clearly, without the emotional charge. The final step is to replace the negative story with a more empowering one. This isn't about lying to yourself or pretending that everything is perfect. It's about shifting your perspective. If you've been telling yourself, "I'm terrible at public speaking," you might replace that story with, "I'm still learning, and every experience is an opportunity to grow." Instead of fearing failure, you begin to change the way we think. We change the way we experience the world. And with that change comes the peace and calm we've been searching for all along. 3. The mind can be a prison or a path to freedom. There's an idea that's been echoed through philosophy for centuries. The mind holds the key to freedom. But what does that really mean? It sounds like something we'd hear in an inspirational quote, right? But when you look closer, it's a profound truth that can change the way you approach life. Picture yourself in a difficult situation. Maybe you've been stuck in a job you don't enjoy, or maybe you're dealing with personal struggles that feel overwhelming. It's easy to look at these circumstances and feel trapped. We all have times where it feels like our external world is a cage. But here's where things get interesting. What if your true prison isn't external at all? What if it's the way your mind reacts to those circumstances? What if the real source of your suffering is not what's happening to you, but how you think about it? When you hear someone talk about freedom, it's easy to think about physical liberty, the freedom to go wherever you want, to make choices without fear of consequences. But the kind of freedom Epictetus speaks about goes much deeper. This freedom isn't about what's happening outside of you, it's about what's happening inside of you. It's the freedom to choose your thoughts, your reactions, and your perspective, regardless of the chaos around you. The Stoics believed that no matter how dire your situation might seem, you always have the freedom to choose how you respond. And that, my friends, is a form of power that can never be taken from you. True freedom comes when we fully accept who we are, without constantly fighting or resisting our own thoughts and emotions. So often, we live in constant resistance to ourselves. We're afraid of our own emotions, our fears, our weaknesses. But the real freedom comes when we can accept all of these things, recognize them for what they are, and decide how we want to respond to them. The more we resist, the more we reinforce the prison. The more we accept and understand, the more we unlock the door to freedom. Think about it. How much of your emotional suffering comes from resisting what's happening? How often do you get caught in a cycle of frustration because things aren't going the way you expected or hoped? That frustration, that anger, that anxiety, it all comes from your mind. Yes, circumstances play a role, but it's how you interpret and respond to them that defines your experience. Imagine someone cutting you off in traffic. You can choose to be enraged and frustrated, or you can choose to accept it as a part of life that's beyond your control. That's where the freedom lies, not in the world changing, but in your response to it. This doesn't mean that we suppress our emotions or pretend everything is fine when it's not. It means that we have the power to choose how we react to what's happening. The Stoics didn't preach a life of emotional suppression. Instead, they taught us to examine our emotions, to understand them, and to choose the response that best serves us in the long run. That's the internal freedom they spoke about. It's the power to control how we see the world, how we respond to it, and how we choose to feel about it. When you learn to do this, something incredible happens. The world no longer controls you. You start to realize that the power has always been inside you, waiting to be tapped. You don't need a perfect life or a stress-free environment to feel peace. You just need to shift your focus from external conditions to internal mastery. As Epictetus taught, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. That's a game changer. It's not about waiting for life to be perfect. It's about learning how to be at peace, even when life is imperfect. We can apply this to every area of life. Whether you're dealing with a difficult relationship, a challenging job, or personal struggles, The Stoic approach offers a profound way to navigate those situations. You might not be able to control the people around you or the events that happen to you, but you can control how you respond. And in that response lies true freedom. Take a moment and reflect on the moments in your life where you've felt trapped. Maybe you felt stuck in a toxic relationship, or maybe you were unhappy with your career but felt powerless to make a change. The Stoics would argue that what truly trapped you wasn't the external situation, it was your perception of it. When you feel trapped, it's often because you've accepted the story your mind has created around the situation. You believe there's no way out, no way to escape the situation. But the truth is, the prison is often a construct of your own mind. Once you shift your perception, you realize that you always had the key to the door. You just had to find it. Epictetus's life was the embodiment of this principle. As a slave, he had no control over his physical circumstances, yet he understood that his inner freedom was always in his hands. He didn't let his external conditions define his experience. He knew that as long as he could control his thoughts and his reactions, he could maintain a sense of peace, even in the most difficult situations. This is the essence of Stoicism, the understanding that internal freedom matters more than external conditions. We live in a world that constantly tells us that happiness and success are tied to external factors. The perfect job, the ideal relationship, the right amount of money. But the Stoics would argue that true freedom and true happiness comes from mastering your own mind, regardless of the circumstances. It's about taking full responsibility for how you respond to life. Once you do that, the world no longer has the power to dictate your peace. In the modern world, this idea has been echoed by countless thinkers and psychologists. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. This is exactly what Epictetus was teaching. Life doesn't have to be perfect for you to find peace. You just need to learn how to control your response. You are not a victim of your circumstances. You are the creator of your experience. What can we take from this? First, we have to recognize that the external world will always be unpredictable. People will disappoint you. Challenges will arise. Life will throw curveballs your way. But none of that has to define your emotional state. Your ability to choose your response to life's challenges is the key to unlocking inner peace. You can't always control what happens, but you can control how you engage with it. And once you realize this, you'll find that the prison you thought you were in was never real. You were always free. The path to freedom lies within. It's not about waiting for the world to change. It's about changing how you respond to the world. And once you master that, you'll discover a freedom that no one can take away from you. 4. Most fears never come true. Have you ever found yourself lying awake at night, your mind spinning with 1,000 what-ifs? Maybe you're worried about something that's coming up, like a big presentation, a tough conversation, or a decision you have to make. You start thinking about all the worst possible outcomes. You imagine everything going wrong. You feel the anxiety creep in, the pressure building in your chest, and for a moment, it feels like the worst-case scenario is almost inevitable. But here's the catch. Most of the time, those worst-case scenarios never come true. It's as if our minds take an event, stretch it to its furthest extreme, and then convince us that the disaster we imagined is not just possible, but certain. But what if you could step back from all that fear and see things for what they really are? What if you could break down your fears and realize that they're often just illusions, products of your mind, and not reality? This is where Stoicism comes in. The ancient Stoics understood that fear is often a projection, a future-based anxiety that doesn't reflect the present moment. They taught that most of our fears are born not from actual experiences, but from the stories we tell ourselves about what might happen in the future. And just like we can create these catastrophic stories in our minds, we also have the power to challenge them. Carl Jung once said, "Fear is a reaction, courage is a decision." Fear is a natural part of being human, but the Stoics remind us that we don't have to let it control us. We can decide in the face of fear to step forward anyway. But first, we need to realize that the things we fear often have no grounding in reality. Most of the things we dread, when tested against reality, are much less intimidating than they seem. Think about the last time you felt really anxious. What was it about? Was it something that was happening right now, or was it something in the future, something that you imagined could happen? More often than not, we get wrapped up in future-based fears. We imagine ourselves failing, or being rejected, or not measuring up. And yet, when we get to that moment, we often find that the actual experience is far less terrifying than we anticipated. Seneca once wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." This statement is a powerful reminder that fear is usually a story we tell ourselves and not the truth of the situation. We get so caught up in the what-ifs that we forget to focus on the here and now. Our anxiety is less about what's actually happening and more about what we think might happen. Let's take a closer look at this. Imagine you're preparing for an important meeting at work. Your mind starts to spiral. You think, what if I forget everything I want to say? What if they think I'm not good enough? What if I get asked a question I can't answer? You start picturing the worst-case scenario: embarrassment, failure, rejection. Your body reacts to this mental projection. Your heart starts racing, your palms sweat, your mind becomes clouded with stress. But here's the question: have any of these things actually happened yet? They're all future projections, not present facts. The real danger is that we begin to believe these imagined scenarios. They feel so real in the moment, and our fear makes them seem inevitable. But when we pause and look at them with a clear mind, we often find that they are far less threatening than we once thought. Here's some practical advice. Next time you feel gripped by fear, try writing down your worst-case scenario. This simple exercise can help you see just how exaggerated your fears are. Take the time to write down every possible negative outcome you can think of. Then, ask yourself, is this really likely to happen? What evidence do I have that this will come true? More often than not, you'll find that the worst-case scenario is based on pure speculation, not reality. In fact, if you take a moment to reflect, you might realize that many of your fears are based on past experiences or on things that have no bearing on the present. It's in this process of confronting your fears that you start to see them for what they really are, just thoughts, not facts. The Stoics knew that fear and anxiety often come from our tendency to imagine outcomes before they even happen. Epictetus said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." While this quote is about material wealth, it can also apply to our internal wealth. We are wealthy when we learn to quiet our mental noise, when we can recognize that the fear we feel is often not rooted in reality. True wealth, in the Stoic sense, comes from mastering the mind, learning to calm our fears and focus on what we can control. And the truth is, we can't control the future, but we can control our response to it. This is where freedom lies, not in avoiding fear, but in choosing how we engage with it. Imagine how freeing it would be to let go of the constant worry about what might go wrong. What if you could face your fears head-on without letting them dictate your emotional state? The Stoics taught that we should not wait for fear to disappear before we act. Instead, we should act in spite of fear. The courage to do so comes from knowing that the worst that could happen is rarely as bad as we imagine. More often than not, the reality of the situation is not nearly as dangerous as the scenarios our minds create. The fear of failure is a perfect example of how our minds create narratives that don't always align with reality. In Western psychology, it's known as the fear of failure or catastrophizing, and it can prevent us from taking necessary risks. We fear failure so much that we build elaborate stories in our minds about what will happen if we fail. But failure is rarely as catastrophic as we think. In fact, failure often brings growth, learning, and resilience. Failure isn't the end, it's a part of the process. As the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." In other words, failure is not something to fear, it's something to embrace. It's an opportunity to learn and grow, not a mark of ultimate defeat. In order to break free from the grip of fear, we must first recognize that it is a projection of our minds. It is a product of our own imagination, not reality. This recognition is key to reclaiming our power. When we learn to test our fears against reality, we begin to see how often they are based on nothing more than our own assumptions. Once we take a step back, we see that the situation we feared is much less daunting than we thought. Let's go back to that work meeting example. After you've written down your worst-case scenario, and after you've reflected on how unlikely it is to happen, you'll probably find that your fears are far less rational than you initially thought. The worst-case scenario is often an illusion, not a truth. And once you've realized that, you're free to move forward with clarity and confidence. This is the essence of Stoic practice, recognizing that most of our fears are based on the stories we tell ourselves about the future, not on actual events. When we change the way we approach fear, we free ourselves from its control. We stop letting fear dictate our actions and instead learn to act with courage, knowing that the worst that can happen is rarely as bad as we think. Ultimately, the key to overcoming fear is awareness. It's about recognizing that the mind often creates exaggerated imaginary scenarios that have no basis in reality. Once we become aware of this, we can stop letting these fears control us. We can move forward, not because we're not afraid, but because we choose to face our fears with a clear mind and a calm heart. As the Stoics believed, we can't control the world around us, but we can control how we respond to it. And when we take control of our reactions, we take control of our lives. Next time fear starts to creep in, ask yourself, what's the real danger here? Write down your worst-case scenario and reality test it. You'll likely find that the fear is just a projection, and with that realization comes the power to move past it, to act with courage, and to live your life free from the chains of imagined catastrophe. 5. Anxiety is a reaction, not a fact. Anxiety. It's something we all feel at some point, and for some of us it feels like an unwelcome companion that never leaves. It grips us in moments of uncertainty, like when we have an important meeting, or when we're waiting for test results, or even when we're just trying to get through a stressful situation. It seems to come out of nowhere, building up pressure inside us, making our minds race, our hearts beat faster, and our stomachs churn. But here's the thing, anxiety is not a fact. It's not a direct result of something happening to us. In fact, anxiety often arises from our own interpretation of events, the beliefs we hold about them. And once we understand this, we begin to realize that we have the power to change how we respond to it. The ancient Stoics, who were masters of mental discipline, understood this principle better than anyone. They taught that our emotions, particularly anxiety, are often a reaction to our beliefs, rather than a direct response to the events themselves. To the Stoics, the world is neutral. It's our perception of the world, the meaning we attach to it, that shapes our emotions. Take, for example, the fear we feel when we anticipate something. That anxiety doesn't come from the event itself, but from our belief about the event. It's not the meeting or the exam that's making us anxious. It's the belief that we might fail, the belief that we might not measure up, or the fear of judgment. Anxiety, like any emotion, is an internal reaction, shaped by how we choose to interpret and respond to life's circumstances. When we understand that anxiety doesn't come from the event itself, but from our beliefs about it, we take the first step toward reducing its grip on us. But it's not just the Stoics who point this out. Modern psychology has a similar perspective. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, one of the most effective treatments for anxiety, teaches that our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors are interconnected. According to CBT, it's not the event that causes our anxiety. It's the way we think about the event. For example, if you're about to speak in front of a crowd, your thoughts might go something like, "I'm going to mess up. Everyone will laugh at me." These thoughts create anxiety, which can make the situation feel overwhelming. But when we challenge these thoughts, we often realize that they're exaggerated and unrealistic. We see that the event itself isn't nearly as dangerous as our minds have made it out to be. This understanding that emotions are reactions to our beliefs gives us a tremendous amount of power. If we can change the way we interpret a situation, we can change our emotional response to it. If we can recognize that anxiety is a reaction to our thoughts and not a reflection of reality, we gain the ability to manage it more effectively. Instead of allowing anxiety to control us, we can start to control our response to it. The Stoics didn't advocate for suppressing emotions like anxiety. They didn't teach that we should ignore or deny our feelings. Instead, they encouraged us to examine them, to observe them with awareness, and to understand their root cause. They believed that by examining our emotions, we could understand their true source and gain control over them. This is one of the most powerful lessons of Stoicism. Don't suppress your emotions, observe them. When you observe your anxiety instead of reacting to it, you begin to see it for what it really is, a mental and emotional reaction to your thoughts and beliefs, rather than an objective truth. Carl Jung once said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." This is a crucial insight for anyone struggling with anxiety. You are not defined by your anxiety. You are not controlled by it. Just because anxiety arises doesn't mean you have to act on it or let it dictate your actions. Anxiety, like any emotion, is temporary. It's not a permanent state, and you don't have to let it define who you are or how you experience the world. The key is to choose how you respond to it. The Stoics were all about taking control of how you engage with your emotions, not letting them dictate your actions. Let's take a step back and look at a real-life example of how this works. Imagine you're in a social situation, maybe at a party or a work event, and you start feeling anxious. Your heart rate increases, your palms get sweaty, and you feel the familiar wave of dread. But then, instead of letting that anxiety take over, you take a moment to pause and observe it. You realize that the anxiety isn't caused by the people around you or the situation. It's coming from your own beliefs. Your belief that you need to impress everyone, that you're not good enough, or that people are judging you. When you recognize this, you have the power to challenge those beliefs. You can remind yourself that it's okay not to be perfect, that not everyone is scrutinizing you, and that your worth doesn't depend on other people's opinions. This shift in perspective doesn't eliminate the anxiety entirely, but it helps you manage it. You no longer feel overwhelmed by it because you realize it's just a reaction to your beliefs, not a reflection of the reality of the situation. This process of observation and self-reflection is exactly what the Stoics encouraged. Instead of pushing anxiety away or trying to numb it, they taught us to sit with it, examine it, and understand it. They believed that by understanding the root of our emotions, we could gain mastery over them. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." This is another way of saying that how we respond to life, how we interpret the events around us, determines how we feel. If we choose to see anxiety as a natural part of life, something to examine and understand, rather than something to fear or suppress, we gain a deeper sense of peace and control. The key to managing anxiety, then, is not to avoid it, but to face it head-on. By examining the thoughts that give rise to anxiety, we can see that they often don't reflect reality. They are just stories we tell ourselves about what might happen in the future. Once we recognize this, we can reframe those stories and reduce the power anxiety has over us. The Stoics understood this well. They knew that the mind has the power to create its own suffering, but they also knew that the mind has the power to free us from it. It's not about eliminating anxiety altogether. It's about learning how to respond to it with clarity and purpose. One of the most powerful exercises that the Stoics used to deal with anxiety was called premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This exercise involved imagining the worst-case scenario. By visualizing what could go wrong, you prepare yourself mentally for it. And in doing so, you reduce the fear of the unknown. You take the power away from the anxiety because you've already confronted it. This technique is incredibly effective because it helps you realize that even if things don't go perfectly, you'll be okay. The worst-case scenario is rarely as bad as we imagine, and often we're much more resilient than we think. The Stoics believed that it wasn't the external events that caused suffering. It was our judgments about those events. When we start to realize that anxiety is simply a reaction to our thoughts, we stop giving it so much power. Instead of reacting to it, we can choose to observe it, understand it, and shift our perspective. This is true freedom, the freedom to control our internal world, no matter what's happening externally. 6. Change is uncomfortable, but so is staying stuck. Change. We all know it's inevitable, yet so many of us fear it. The idea of stepping into the unknown, of breaking out of old habits, or facing the discomfort of growth can feel terrifying. It's easy to get caught up in the idea that if we just stay where we are, where things feel familiar, we can avoid the struggle. But here's the catch. Staying stuck can be just as uncomfortable, if not more, than embracing the change we're avoiding. It's like choosing to stay in a too tight pair of shoes because you're afraid to walk in new ones. Sure, the old ones are uncomfortable, but at least you're used to them. But think about it. Every time you resist change, every time you avoid discomfort, you trap yourself in dissatisfaction. Growth, real personal growth, requires us to step into discomfort, to challenge ourselves, and to face the fear of the unknown. This is a core teaching of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics believed that true transformation doesn't happen in a comfortable, safe space. It happens when we push ourselves outside of that space. When we face challenges head-on, when we feel the weight of discomfort, that's when we begin to evolve. Growth requires pressure. It's not about avoiding discomfort, it's about using that discomfort to fuel our progress. This might sound counterintuitive, but if we look at the lessons the Stoics left behind, we see that they understood this deeply. Epictetus taught that our struggles and discomforts aren't things to avoid, but rather opportunities to strengthen our character. He said, "Difficulties are things that show a person what they are made of." That discomfort, That feeling of pressure is not a sign that something is wrong. It's a sign that you are on the verge of something new, something that will push you to grow. Think about the times in your life when you felt discomfort and resistance. Maybe it was a new job, a new relationship, or even just a change in your routine. It's common to want to avoid that discomfort, to stay in the place where things feel familiar, even if that familiarity no longer serves you. But when we resist change, we often end up in a state of dissatisfaction, where we feel like we're not moving forward. The idea of staying comfortable might seem appealing in the short term, but in the long run, it leads to frustration and stagnation. You're not evolving, you're staying the same. And deep down, that's a kind of dissatisfaction that grows louder with time. But here's the thing. Becoming who you truly are means stepping into discomfort. It means challenging the parts of yourself that are afraid to change, afraid to grow, and afraid to embrace new possibilities. If you never leave your comfort zone, you'll never know the potential you have for growth. You'll never know what you're truly capable of because you'll be stuck in the same place, playing it safe. Jung's quote isn't just about becoming a better version of yourself. It's about confronting those uncomfortable parts of you that need to evolve in order to unlock the person you're meant to be. This is what the Stoics recognized centuries ago. Change was uncomfortable for them too, but they understood that life is inherently full of challenges, and the key to living a fulfilled life wasn't in avoiding discomfort, but in embracing it. Seneca believed that a gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials. This quote encapsulates the Stoic approach to life's difficulties. The friction, the discomfort, the struggles, they're not something to shy away from. They're part of the process. Just like a gem, you cannot polish yourself without experiencing a little pressure. You cannot grow without facing discomfort. And yet, so many of us try to avoid it, thinking it's something we should run from. The Stoics would argue that we shouldn't avoid discomfort at all, but rather lean into it, knowing that it is through that discomfort that we grow. It's easy to think of discomfort as something bad, something to be feared. But the Stoics taught that discomfort is a necessary part of life. If we try to avoid it, we trap ourselves in mediocrity. We stop learning. We stop expanding. We stop growing. Imagine if you never pushed yourself outside your comfort zone. You might avoid the pain of failure, but you also avoid the growth that comes with it. You might feel a temporary sense of security, but you miss out on the deeper satisfaction that comes from overcoming challenges. The obstacles in our path are often the things that push us forward. The discomfort we feel when faced with a challenge isn't something to fear. It's the very thing that propels us to the next level. The Stoics didn't just accept discomfort. They sought it out because they understood that only through challenges can we truly grow. They didn't see obstacles as something that hindered their progress. Instead, they saw them as opportunities to advance. This is a powerful mindset shift that can change everything about how we approach discomfort in our own lives. There's a profound lesson in that shift. If we look at discomfort as something to avoid, we keep ourselves trapped. We keep ourselves in a state of dissatisfaction because we're unwilling to face the hard stuff. We resist, we procrastinate, and we stay stuck. But if we start to see discomfort as an opportunity for growth, as the very thing that will push us forward, we begin to change how we experience it. We no longer avoid it. We welcome it. This doesn't mean that discomfort is easy or pleasant, it's still challenging. But the way we approach it makes all the difference. Instead of feeling defeated, we feel empowered because we know that growth comes from the pressure, the challenge, the discomfort. Psychologists have a similar concept in modern-day therapy, especially in something called exposure therapy. This is a process where people confront their fears head-on, little by little, instead of avoiding them. Over time, they learn that the things they fear don't hold the same power over them once they face them. This is the core of personal growth. The more we face discomfort, the more we break down the walls that keep us trapped in our own dissatisfaction. We don't get better by avoiding the tough stuff. We get better by facing it, learning from it, and moving through it. This idea of discomfort leading to growth also touches on the concept of delayed gratification, a concept that's central to both Stoic philosophy and modern psychology. The Stoics believed in long-term discipline, in doing what's hard now for the sake of a better future. The modern psychological perspective also emphasizes that those who can tolerate short-term discomfort are often more successful and satisfied in the long run. Whether it's the pain of training for a marathon or the discomfort of studying for a difficult exam, it's the ability to endure that discomfort and focus on the long-term reward that sets people apart. When you realize that discomfort is just part of the journey, it becomes much easier to face. You understand that growth, success, and fulfillment don't come from avoiding life's challenges. They come from embracing them. Change is uncomfortable, yes, but staying stuck in dissatisfaction is even worse. The choice is yours. Do you stay in the familiar, where nothing changes, but you're constantly unhappy? Or do you face the discomfort, knowing that it's the path to something better, something more meaningful? The Stoics chose to embrace discomfort because they knew it was the only way to truly grow. The real secret to personal growth is this: embrace discomfort. Stop seeing it as a roadblock and start seeing it as the path. When you feel uncomfortable, know that you are being shaped, just like a sculptor chiseling away at a block of marble. You won't always enjoy the process, but you'll come out stronger, clearer, and more resilient on the other side. Change is hard, yes, but staying stuck, that's even harder. 7. Control what you can. Let go of the rest. Have you ever found yourself spinning your wheels over something you can't control? It's a familiar feeling. Maybe you're stuck in traffic, late for a meeting, or maybe you're worried about someone's opinion of you. The frustration builds and the stress starts to mount. The more you focus on what's happening outside of your control, the more powerless you feel. In these moments, it's easy to lose sight of something very simple, yet incredibly powerful. You can't control everything, and that's okay. In fact, once you learn to embrace this, a profound sense of freedom opens up to you. The secret to peace, to reducing stress, to living a more content life lies in understanding and practicing what the Stoics taught. Control what you can and let go of the rest. Think about it for a second. How much time do you spend worrying about things that are completely out of your control? Maybe you're thinking about how your boss will react to your idea, or whether your friend will approve of the plans you've made. What if you could let go of the need to control these things? What if you could focus solely on your own thoughts and actions and trust that the rest will fall into place? This is the essence of the dichotomy of control. It's about recognizing that while you can control how you think, what you do, and how you respond, you can't control other people or their reactions. And most importantly, you don't need to. The freedom comes in the acceptance of this. Your choices and your responses define who you are, not the thoughts you dwell on or the outcomes you can't control. When you put energy into controlling your own behavior, your decisions, and your attitude, you empower yourself. But when you try to control everything outside of your influence, you give your power away. You allow circumstances, other people's opinions, and things you cannot change to dictate how you feel. This isn't the path to peace. In fact, it leads to constant stress, disappointment, and burnout. Take the example of getting stuck in traffic. We've all been there, rushing to an important appointment, and then there it is. A never-ending line of cars, slowing down to a crawl. Immediately, frustration kicks in. You can feel your blood pressure rising. Thoughts race through your mind. I'm going to be late. I'm never going to make it. Why does this always happen to me? But here's the thing. You can't control traffic. It's outside your sphere of influence. So, the question becomes, why invest your energy in something you can't control? The Stoics would suggest that instead of railing against traffic, you redirect your energy towards something you can control, your attitude. You can control how you respond. You can decide to use the time to listen to a podcast, reflect on the day, or practice some deep breathing. Instead of letting the traffic control your emotional state, you take charge of your own reactions. This doesn't mean you'll never feel frustrated. It simply means you recognize that your peace of mind is not worth giving away to something you have no power over. Jung's perspective aligns with this idea. He believed that we often get stuck in the cycle of trying to control what we can't. By focusing on the things that are beyond us, like other people's judgments or future outcomes, we rob ourselves of the chance to grow and find peace in the present. In his words, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and who you truly are isn't defined by the uncontrollable aspects of life. It's defined by your choices, your actions, and how you choose to perceive the world. By focusing on the things you can control, you're free to become the person you want to be. This is one of the great gifts Stoicism offers, the power of focus. It teaches you to direct your energy into the things that matter, the things you have control over. Once you do that, you'll notice that your stress levels drop. You'll feel more centered, more at peace with yourself. Why? Because you're no longer chasing after things that are outside of your grasp. You've given up the illusion that you can control everything. Instead, you focus on shaping your own mind, your own actions, and your own responses. The rest will follow, or it won't. Either way, it doesn't affect your inner peace. Imagine this in action. You have a big meeting coming up, and you're nervous about how it will go. Your mind races with thoughts of potential failure. What if they don't like my ideas? What if they criticize me? What if I can't answer their questions? These are all fears based on outcomes that haven't happened yet. The reality is, you can't control how others will respond, but you can control how you prepare, how you present yourself, and how you engage in the conversation. You can focus on what's in your hands, your thoughts, your actions, your ability to stay calm. By focusing on what you can control, you stop feeding your anxiety with thoughts of what-ifs and worst-case scenarios. You're no longer controlled by fear of what might happen. You're free to take action, knowing that whatever the outcome, you've done what you could. In life, we're constantly faced with the choice of focusing on what's in our control versus what's out of our control. It's easy to get caught up in worrying about the future, about other people's opinions, about outcomes we can't predict. But here's the truth. None of that is yours to manage. Let go of it. Focus on what you can control, your thoughts, your actions, your choices. When you do that, you reclaim your power. You take control of your experience, and you stop letting life's unpredictability determine your emotional state. When we stop wanting control over things we cannot influence, we free ourselves from the burden of unrealistic expectations. Instead of constantly striving for things that are out of our reach, we learn to find contentment in the things we can control. This is a deeply liberating practice. It shifts your focus from external events to internal mastery. And when you shift your focus like that, you shift your entire experience of life. The Stoics knew this, and it's why they advocated for a life that was centered on cultivating self-control, not on chasing after external things. They knew that if you can control your reactions and your actions, you will always have peace, no matter what happens around you. What's yours to manage is your own mind, your own response, your own actions. That's where your true power lies. Let go of the rest, and you'll find yourself living a life of greater peace and freedom. The Stoics weren't advocating for passivity. They were advocating for inner strength. Strength that comes from knowing where to focus your energy. Strength that comes from accepting what you can't control and embracing the power of focusing on what you can. 8. Action is the antidote to doubt. Have you ever found yourself caught in the endless loop of overthinking? We've all been there. You've got a goal, a project, or a task in mind, but the more you think about it, the more doubts start to creep in. What if I fail? What if it's not good enough? What if others judge me? These thoughts go around and around, causing hesitation, frustration, and often complete inaction. It's a familiar pattern. You keep thinking, keep doubting, but never take the first step. Here's the catch, though. The longer you wait, the bigger those doubts become. You start to feel stuck, helpless, and uncertain of what to do next. But what if the key to overcoming doubt isn't thinking about it more, but actually doing something about it? The antidote to doubt isn't more thoughts, it's action. This is a core principle in Stoic philosophy. The Stoics believed that our doubts and insecurities often stem from our inaction. When we think too much and do too little, our minds spiral into uncertainty. It's easy to let doubt take over when we're not actively engaged in moving forward. Epictetus famously said, "Do not wait. The time will never be just right. Start where you stand and work with whatever tools you may have at your command." This is the essence of Stoic action. Don't wait for perfect conditions. Don't wait for your doubts to magically disappear. Just take the next step, no matter how small. It's through this act of doing that we build self-trust and dispel doubt. The truth is, self-trust isn't built through thinking or planning. It's built through doing. Think about it. Every time you act, every time you take a step toward your goal, you reinforce your own belief in yourself. It's like lifting weights at the gym. You don't get stronger by simply reading about how to lift weights. You get stronger by actually lifting them. The same goes for your confidence. You don't become confident by thinking about it or analyzing it. You become confident by taking action. It's not your thoughts that define you, it's your actions. And when you act, you create a sense of trust in yourself that no amount of overthinking can provide. Now, let's address something that most of us struggle with: procrastination. It's the enemy of progress. We all do it. We have a task ahead of us, and instead of diving in, we delay, we put it off, and we wait for the right moment. But that right moment never comes, and the longer we procrastinate, the more our doubts grow. We think, "I'm not ready," or "I don't have the right tools," or "I might fail." The longer we stay stuck in those thoughts, the more we convince ourselves that we're incapable of moving forward. But procrastination doesn't protect us from failure. It actually feeds our insecurity. The longer we avoid taking action, the more we reinforce the idea that we're not capable of handling the task at hand. But the Stoics knew better. They understood that the best way to conquer insecurity is to take small, consistent actions. The more you act, the more you build trust in yourself, and the more your doubts start to fade. Think about the last time you procrastinated on something. Maybe it was a work project, a conversation you needed to have, or a personal goal you've been putting off. How did it feel? Most likely, the longer you put it off, the more your anxiety increased. The doubts grew. Your mind started spinning with all the ways it could go wrong. But then, once you finally took the first step, however small it was, you probably felt a huge weight lift off your shoulders. It wasn't as hard as you thought, right? And after a few more steps, you probably found that the task wasn't as overwhelming as it seemed. This is the magic of action. Every time you take action, no matter how small, you create momentum, and that momentum builds self-trust. Jung's idea of becoming who you choose to be speaks directly to this process. Every action you take, however small, is a step toward the person you want to become. If you want to become someone who trusts themselves, you need to show up for yourself. You need to act. And when you act, you prove to yourself that you can handle whatever comes your way. This is how you build self-trust, not by waiting for doubts to disappear, but by doing the very thing that scares you. The more you do, the less room there is for doubt. The Stoics also knew that the pursuit of perfection often holds us back. We fear that what we do won't be good enough, so we hesitate to take the first step. But this is another trap. Perfectionism is just another form of procrastination. It's the voice in your head telling you to wait until you're completely ready, until you have all the answers, until everything aligns perfectly. But the Stoics would argue that waiting for perfection is an illusion. Seneca once wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." Waiting for the perfect moment means wasting the time you have. The time to act is now, and the best way to overcome perfectionism is to focus on progress, not perfection. When you act, you're moving forward, even if it's just a small step. And let's be honest, we all have goals we're working toward, whether it's finishing a big project, losing weight, improving our relationships, or building new habits. But here's the thing, those big goals can be intimidating. It's easy to look at the end result and feel overwhelmed. The Stoics, however, taught us that success isn't about big dramatic actions. It's about small, consistent efforts over time. The key to mastering yourself is in the small daily actions you take, not in the grand gestures. By focusing on doing what you can today, you build momentum that propels you toward your larger goals. It's in the consistency of action that you prove to yourself that you're capable. This is the power of focusing on the process, not just the outcome. When we focus solely on the end result, the task can seem insurmountable. But when we focus on what we can do today, on the small actions we can take right now, the task becomes more manageable. Instead of letting the fear of failure paralyze us, we break it down into bite-sized pieces. Each small step you take builds on the one before it, and with each step, your confidence and self-trust grow. The Stoics understood this intimately. They didn't wait for life to be easy or for the perfect conditions to act. They knew that the most important thing was to take action, no matter how small, because every action was a step toward greater self-mastery. The longer we put things off, the more we feed our doubts and insecurities. But action, no matter how small, dissolves those doubts. It builds momentum and creates progress. Every time you take action, you silence the voice of fear and hesitation. You show yourself that you are capable, that you can handle challenges, that you can trust yourself. And with each step, you move closer to becoming the person you want to be. The next time doubt creeps in, the next time procrastination tries to take hold, remember, action is the antidote. Don't wait for everything to be perfect. Don't wait for the fear to go away. Take the first step, no matter how small, and trust that the momentum will carry you forward. As the Stoics taught, it's not about waiting for the right moment, it's about making this moment the right one by choosing to act. 9. You are what you repeatedly do. Ever stop to think about how you see yourself? You know, the way you identify, what you believe you're capable of, who you are at your core. Many of us build our sense of identity around what we hope to do, what we dream of accomplishing, or the promises we make to ourselves about the future. It's all too easy to say, "I'm going to start working out tomorrow," or "I'll be more patient starting next week." But here's the kicker, Identity isn't formed by promises. It's formed by patterns of behavior. The person you believe yourself to be isn't a reflection of what you plan to do or what you hope for. It's based on what you actually do. Our habits shape us, not our intentions. And if you want to become someone who trusts themselves, someone who's strong and confident, you need to start showing up consistently. Because, as Aristotle famously said, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. This is a powerful concept, the idea that you are what you do, not what you say you'll do. It's so simple, yet it's often overlooked. Think about it for a second. How many times have you made a promise to yourself, whether it was about eating healthier, working harder, or being more present with your family? We all do it, right? We all set these intentions, and for a moment it feels good. It feels like we're on the right track. But here's the harsh truth. Your promises don't define you. Your actions do. Your consistency, your daily choices, and your patterns of behavior are what shape who you are. But here's the catch. Becoming who you truly are doesn't happen overnight. It's the product of consistent actions, small steps taken every day that align with who you want to be. If you want to be a confident person, you can't simply wait for confidence to appear. You have to take action again and again, and each time you follow through, you strengthen your identity. Each time you stick to your word, even when it's hard, you reinforce the person you want to become. Confidence doesn't come from empty promises. It comes from doing the thing you said you would do, even when it's uncomfortable or inconvenient. We've all experienced that feeling of self-doubt at some point. It might come after a mistake, a failure, or just a moment of weakness when you didn't follow through. But here's the thing. Self-doubt is often a result of not having a solid track record of action. If you say you're going to do something and then don't follow through, your mind starts to doubt your own ability. You start to believe that you can't trust yourself. But when you build small, consistent habits, you prove to yourself that you can be trusted. You show yourself that you're capable of doing what you say you will do. Every time you follow through, you build confidence in your own ability. It's like stacking small bricks that over time create a solid foundation of trust. The Stoics knew that the path to self-mastery and inner peace wasn't through empty promises or big, grand gestures. It was through small, consistent actions that aligned with their values. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations that, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." This simple advice is so powerful. Instead of spending time talking about what you should be or what you could do, just do it. If you want to be disciplined, be disciplined. If you want to be kind, be kind. It's in your actions, not your words, that your identity is shaped. This idea that you are what you do is critical for building real, lasting confidence. Confidence isn't a feeling, it's a result of action. You can't feel confident just by wishing for it. But when you act consistently in ways that align with your values, confidence becomes a natural byproduct. It's like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. And the more you act in alignment with your goals, the more you begin to trust yourself. Trust is built through consistency. Every time you keep your promises, you reinforce the idea that you're capable. Every time you show up, you build a habit of success. Think about someone you admire. Maybe it's a successful entrepreneur, a well-known athlete, or someone in your personal life who exudes confidence and self-assurance. The truth is, they didn't get to where they are by making big promises. They got there by consistently showing up. They developed the habits, the discipline, and the mindset that allowed them to achieve success. And you can do the same. It's not about waiting for the perfect moment or hoping for a magical transformation. It's about taking small actions every day, consistently. It's about being true to your word and aligning your behavior with your values. This ties into the idea of personal growth. Growth isn't a destination, it's a journey, and it's shaped by the daily choices we make. Every time you make a choice that reflects who you want to be, you grow. Every time you take a step, no matter how small, in the direction of your goals, you move closer to becoming the person you aspire to be. The Stoics understood this well. They knew that the journey of self-mastery is built through consistent effort. It's about showing up every day, even when it's hard, and continuing to make the choices that align with your higher self. In our modern world, it's easy to get distracted by shiny objects, by the next big thing, the next opportunity, or the next goal. We often want to skip the hard work and go straight to the reward. But the Stoics remind us that real growth comes from doing the work, not just dreaming about it. They knew that greatness is built through small, consistent actions over time. As Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself. You are the master of your own actions. If you can control what you do and align it with your values, you can master your life." The way you show up in small moments defines who you become in the big moments. This process of becoming who you want to be doesn't happen through wishful thinking or even positive affirmations alone. It happens through consistent, deliberate action. If you want to be someone who exercises discipline, start by doing one disciplined thing every day. If you want to be someone who is confident, act in ways that reinforce your belief in yourself. Trust is built through action, and identity is shaped by behavior, not by promises or intentions. 10th, stop complaining. It trains you to be powerless. Have you ever caught yourself complaining about something? Maybe a bad situation, a person who's frustrating you, or a setback you're facing, and found that for a moment it feels kind of good? It's a strange thing, isn't it? Venting can provide a sense of release, like you're getting rid of the frustration that's been building up inside you. But here's the catch. Complaining, as tempting as it can be in the short term, doesn't actually solve anything. In fact, it often makes things worse. Complaining doesn't just keep you stuck in the problem, it also trains your mind to feel powerless. Instead of finding a solution or taking action, complaining becomes a habit. And over time, you become more accustomed to feeling like a victim of circumstances. And the more you complain, the harder it is to break free from that mental cycle of helplessness. This isn't just a minor issue, it's something that can really impact your life and your ability to move forward. It's easy to get caught in the trap of venting when things go wrong, especially when life feels overwhelming or unfair. But what the Stoics teach us is that complaining doesn't lead to progress. It doesn't help us grow or overcome challenges. Instead, it keeps us stuck in a state of reaction where we're constantly letting external circumstances dictate how we feel and how we act. The Stoics, particularly Marcus Aurelius, understood that our power comes not from the external events that happen to us, but from how we choose to respond to those events. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." In other words, complaining about things that are out of our control only drains our energy and focus and keeps us from finding a productive response. Take a moment to think about the last time you complained about something. Maybe it was about a traffic jam, a difficult conversation, or a mistake you made at work. How did that complaining make you feel? For a moment, it might have felt like a relief, like you were able to express your frustration and let it out. But after a little while, what happens? That feeling of relief fades and you're left with the same problem, sometimes even amplified. When we complain, we give our energy to the problem, not the solution. We focus on how unfair things are or how difficult life is. but we don't actually take any steps to change the situation. And the longer we stay in that place of complaining, the harder it becomes to break free from it. It's like quicksand. Once you start complaining, it's easy to keep sinking into it. This is where the Stoics offer a profound lesson. The Stoics didn't ignore challenges or pretend that life was always easy, but they taught that complaining was a form of weakness because it only reinforces the idea that we are powerless in the face of adversity. Instead of complaining, the Stoics advocated for what they called responsibility. It's the idea that we can choose how to respond to anything life throws at us. No matter what happens, we always have a choice. We can react or we can respond. And the key to overcoming powerlessness is shifting from reaction to response. Carl Jung believed that we have the power to shape our own lives by choosing how we respond to the events that happen to us. This is exactly what the Stoics understood. Our power lies in our ability to choose how we respond to life, not in the events themselves. When you stop complaining, you shift from being a passive observer of your life to being an active participant. Complaining locks you into a victim mentality, where everything that happens to you is out of your control. But when you stop complaining, you take back control. You stop focusing on how unfair things are and start thinking about what you can do to make things better. It's a small but powerful shift in mindset. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask yourself, "What can I do about this?" This simple change in perspective can make all the difference. When you focus on solutions rather than problems, you empower yourself to take action and make progress. The Stoics didn't spend their time lamenting over things they couldn't control. They focused their energy on their thoughts, their actions, and their responses, knowing that this was where their true power lay. Think about it this way. Imagine you're stuck in traffic. You could easily start complaining. You could gripe about how late you are, how frustrating it is, and how unfair the situation is. For a moment, you might feel a little better, but ultimately, it changes nothing. You're still stuck in traffic, and your stress levels are higher. On the other hand, what if, instead of complaining, you took a deep breath and asked yourself, "What can I do with this time?" Maybe you could listen to an audiobook, catch up on a podcast, or simply practice some mindfulness. You could choose to turn the situation into an opportunity rather than letting it drain your energy. The more you choose to respond this way, the more control you have over your emotions and your experience. This is exactly what the Stoics meant when they said that external events don't have the power to harm you, only your reactions do. It's not the events themselves that determine your happiness or peace of mind. It's your response to those events. When you choose to respond instead of react, you regain control. Complaining is a reaction. It's an automatic response to life's challenges that doesn't serve you. But choosing a response is a conscious decision to take control of the situation, to see it for what it is, and to find a way to navigate it productively. In psychology, there's a concept called learned helplessness. This happens when we experience repeated failures or setbacks, and over time, we start to believe that we have no control over our situation. We start to feel powerless, and this belief becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Complaining feeds into this mindset. When you complain, you reinforce the idea that you're helpless, that you have no agency over your life. But when you stop complaining, you start to shift your mindset from one of helplessness to one of empowerment. You start to see that no matter what life throws at you, there is always something you can do in response. You don't have to be a victim of your circumstances. You can choose to act. This is where the real strength lies. True power comes from within, from the ability to respond with clarity and purpose, rather than react out of frustration or helplessness. The Stoics knew this. They knew that life wasn't always going to be easy. They knew that adversity, pain, and hardship were inevitable. but they also knew that their response to these challenges was within their control. And that, my friends, is where true freedom comes from. Not from trying to control everything around you, but from choosing how you respond. Shift your focus from reaction to response. Stop giving away your power to things you can't control. Remember, complaining might feel good in the short term, but it reinforces helplessness. By choosing to respond with clarity, calm, and action, you regain control of your life. And that's the key to moving forward, to becoming stronger, and to finding peace amidst life's inevitable challenges. You don't need to control everything, you just need to control how you respond, and that's where your true power lies. 11. No one's coming. Be your own rescue. In life, we often find ourselves waiting for the right moment, waiting for someone to step in and solve our problems, waiting for change to come from outside forces. But here's the truth: no one's coming. It's easy to fall into the trap of thinking that some external force, some magical intervention will come and rescue us from our struggles. Maybe it's the hope that a new job, a new relationship, or even a lucky break will somehow make everything better. But in reality, true change, true transformation can only come from within. If you're waiting for someone or something to come and fix your life, you're going to be waiting forever. The responsibility for change, for growth, for taking control of your life lies with you. You are the one who must act, and it's time to stop waiting for someone else to do it for you. This idea of taking full responsibility for our own lives is at the core of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics believed that while we cannot control everything that happens to us, we can always control how we respond. While we can't always control external events, we always have the power to choose our response. So, if you're waiting for someone else to step in and rescue you, you're missing the point. You have everything you need within you to make the changes you want to see in your life. The key is to stop waiting for the perfect moment or the right person and start taking action yourself. Becoming the person you want to be, the person who is strong, capable, and resilient, isn't about waiting for someone to help you get there. It's about taking the steps yourself. Change doesn't happen in a vacuum. It requires action. You have to do the work. You have to show up for yourself, even when it's hard. You are the one who is responsible for your life. You are the one who gets to decide what kind of person you want to become. And that begins with taking responsibility for your own actions. The thing about waiting for someone to come and save us is that it's disempowering. It keeps us stuck in a passive mindset, where we think we're at the mercy of circumstances. But when you take control, when you decide to be your own rescue, you change your entire relationship with life. Suddenly, you're not just reacting to whatever life throws at you. You're actively shaping your life, making choices that align with your values and goals. You're not waiting for the world to be different. You're taking action to make the world around you different. Imagine for a moment that you're stuck in a difficult situation. Maybe it's a challenging work project, a strained relationship, or a personal struggle. It's easy to fall into the trap of thinking, if only things were different, if only someone would step in and help, everything would be better. But what if, instead of waiting for someone else to fix it, you took responsibility? What if you asked yourself, what can I do today to improve this situation? Even if the problem is complex, even if you can't fix everything at once, you can always take one small step toward making things better. It's in those small actions that change begins to happen. And as you take action, you begin to feel more in control. You start to feel empowered because you're no longer waiting for someone else to rescue you. You are your own rescue. The Stoics often spoke about the power of choosing how we respond to difficulties. They didn't believe in waiting for life to become easy. Instead, they embraced the challenges, knowing that it's through facing them that we grow stronger. It's in the toughest moments that you discover who you truly are and what you're capable of. It's easy to think that life would be better if things were different, but the Stoics understood that life's challenges aren't roadblocks. They're opportunities to build resilience, wisdom, and strength. When you choose to take responsibility for your own life and be your own rescue, you stop giving away your power to others or to external circumstances. You realize that you don't need anyone else to come to your aid because you have the ability to handle things on your own. It's not always easy and it's not always comfortable, but it's incredibly empowering. As you start to take action, as you begin to solve problems on your own, you build self-trust. You prove to yourself that you can handle whatever comes your way. You no longer rely on others to fix your problems. You become the person who fixes them. Jung's philosophy of self-realization aligns perfectly with the Stoic mindset. Jung believed that the process of becoming who you truly are requires taking full responsibility for your own life. He wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." What Jung is saying here is that real transformation happens when we stop looking outside ourselves for answers and start looking within. It's when we take control of our own responses and actions that we begin to truly awaken to our potential. And just like the Stoics, Jung understood that this process requires action. You don't become who you truly are by waiting for life to give you a break. You become who you truly are by taking responsibility, facing your challenges head-on, and acting in alignment with your values. There's a powerful truth in this. If you wait for someone else to come and fix your problems, you'll spend your whole life waiting. But if you choose to be your own rescue, you take back control of your life. You stop being a passive observer of your circumstances and start being an active participant in shaping your future. Every time you take action, you affirm that you are in charge of your life. You build confidence, you build resilience, you build strength, and most importantly, you build trust in yourself. In the end, it's all about taking responsibility. You are the one who must act. You are the one who must make the choice to move forward, no matter what obstacles stand in your way. Marcus Aurelius understood this better than most. He didn't wait for life to be perfect, and he didn't wait for someone else to make things right. He took responsibility for his own thoughts, his own actions, and his own life, and that's why he was able to maintain peace and clarity in the face of immense challenges. He knew that the key to a meaningful life isn't in waiting for rescue, it's in becoming your own rescue. You have everything you need within you to make the changes you want to see. You are your own rescue. Take action. Do it anyway. Because when you do, you'll realize that the obstacles you face are just opportunities for growth. And through those challenges, you will find the strength and resilience you need to shape the life you desire. 12. Trust is earned, especially from yourself. You've probably heard the phrase, trust is earned, and while it's often used in the context of relationships with others, have you ever stopped to think about how it applies to your relationship with yourself? How often do you truly trust yourself to follow through? It's easy to promise ourselves that we'll get things done, that we'll be disciplined, or that we'll make changes in our lives. But how many times have you found yourself letting those promises slip away and then feeling disappointed in your own inability to keep them? That disappointment, that lingering feeling of inadequacy, is the result of not following through with what you said you would do. Self-trust isn't something that magically appears. It's earned, built over time, through the simple act of doing what you said you would do. Every time you follow through on a commitment, no matter how small, you're laying the foundation for inner strength and self-respect. If you want to be someone who can trust themselves, You need to start by keeping the promises you make to yourself. It doesn't matter if it's a big goal or a small one. Every promise kept is a step toward becoming a person who is worthy of their own trust. Every time you show up for yourself, even when it's hard, you reinforce your character and build a deeper level of respect for who you are. Self-respect doesn't come from what we say or intend to do. It comes from what we actually do. In Stoic philosophy, this is central to the practice of virtue, living in accordance with reason, wisdom, and discipline. Every time you follow through on a commitment, even if it's just getting out of bed early, eating healthier for the day, or finishing a task you've been putting off, you prove to yourself that you are capable. You reinforce your own sense of self-trust and respect. It's a daily process, not a one-time event. We all want to be the kind of person who gets things done, who achieves their goals, and who feels a deep sense of satisfaction with their progress. But the gap between wanting to be that person and actually being that person lies in follow-through. If you don't follow through on your promises, even the small ones, it's hard to trust yourself. Carl Jung spoke to this truth when he said, "You are what you do, not what you think you can do." Jung understood that our self-identity isn't built on the potential we see in ourselves, but on the actions we take. We don't earn self-respect by thinking about what we could do or wishing we could change. We earn it by taking action, by following through, and by proving to ourselves that we can rely on our own word. When you keep a promise, no matter how small, it's like adding a brick to a foundation of strength and trust. And over time, that foundation becomes unshakable. Think about it. When you keep a promise to yourself, you send a powerful message to your mind. You're saying, "I can count on myself." And with each promise you keep, that message becomes stronger. But when you break a promise to yourself, even the smallest one, you send the opposite message. "I'm not reliable. I can't trust myself." It's in the little things, the daily actions, that we build our sense of integrity and trust. It's easy to think that big dramatic actions are what define us, but in reality, it's the small, consistent steps that create the strongest foundation. Now, let's be clear, following through doesn't mean being perfect. We all slip up from time to time. We all break a promise or fall short of our goals. But the key is to keep going. The Stoics understood that life is full of setbacks, challenges, and obstacles. What matters is how we respond. Do we let our failures define us, or do we use them as opportunities to learn and grow? Every time you get back on track after falling off, you reinforce your ability to follow through. You prove that you're resilient, that you can adapt, and that you can trust yourself to keep going. It's not about being perfect, but about consistently making the effort to do what you said you would do. Every time you get up and try again, you're earning your own trust. Building self-trust through follow-through is also about managing expectations. Often, we set ourselves up for failure by making unrealistic promises. Maybe you tell yourself you're going to completely overhaul your life in a week, or that you'll be perfect in every way, every day. But the Stoics didn't advocate for perfection. They advocated for progress. In fact, they believed that it's more important to make steady, consistent improvements than to aim for unattainable perfection. As Seneca put it, "No man was ever wise by chance. Wisdom, self-respect, and inner strength are the results of deliberate practice, of showing up every day and doing the hard work, one small step at a time." So, instead of overwhelming yourself with impossible goals, focus on small, achievable actions. Start with something simple, something you know you can do, and follow through. Over time, this will build the trust and self-respect you need to tackle bigger challenges. When we look at someone we admire, someone who seems to have their life together, someone who exudes confidence, It's easy to assume that they're just naturally gifted or that they have something we don't. But in reality, the difference between them and someone who feels stuck often comes down to one thing: follow-through. Successful people, whether in business, relationships, or personal development, don't get where they are by talking about what they want to do. They get there by doing the work, day after day, no matter how small or insignificant the task might seem at the time. Their confidence isn't based on a few big wins. It's built from a lifetime of small actions that add up. As you start following through on your promises, you'll notice that your self-respect grows. You'll start to trust yourself more, and with that trust comes confidence. The power of self-respect is immeasurable. It's the foundation upon which all other forms of success are built. Without self-respect, it's hard to trust your own decisions or feel good about your actions. But when you follow through on your commitments, even the small ones, you create a solid base for personal growth and self-confidence. Each small act of follow-through is like a brick being laid in a foundation that will support you through life's challenges. And over time, that foundation becomes so strong that nothing can shake it. You will become a person who is reliable, not only to others, but to yourself. The more you follow through, the more you'll trust yourself. And as your self-trust grows, so too will your ability to handle whatever life throws at you. The Stoics knew this better than anyone. The key to a meaningful, resilient life lies in the daily practice of integrity, discipline, and follow-through. It's not about being perfect, it's about being consistent. And in that consistency, you'll find the strength, wisdom, and self-respect that will carry you through any challenge. 13. Reflection is a superpower. Have you ever paused at the end of a long day and reflected on everything that happened? If you haven't, you might want to start. It's easy to get swept up in the busyness of life, to go from one task to the next, without taking a moment to step back and look at how you're responding to the world around you. But here's the truth. Reflection is a superpower. It's a tool that can help you understand yourself better, find clarity in chaos, and develop the wisdom to navigate life's challenges. This isn't just some self-help fluff. It's a practice that has been embraced by some of the greatest minds in history, including the Stoics. In our fast-paced world, it's easy to get distracted by all the noise around us. We're constantly bombarded with information, tasks, and demands, and it's tempting to just keep pushing through without stopping to think about how we're really doing. But without reflection, we miss out on the opportunity to learn from our experiences. We might keep making the same mistakes, repeating the same patterns, or living in a state of constant overwhelm without even realizing it. As Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Reflection is about looking inward, understanding your reactions, your triggers, your motivations, and using that understanding to guide your future decisions. It's the key to self-mastery. The power of reflection lies in its ability to build self-awareness. When you take the time to reflect, you become more conscious of your thoughts and behaviors. This awareness allows you to identify areas where you can improve and take intentional steps to make better choices. When you're not reflecting, you're essentially on autopilot, letting life's circumstances dictate your mood and actions. But when you stop and reflect, you take back control. You become the observer of your own experience, rather than a passive participant in it. You start to notice how your mind works, how you react to different situations, and where you might be falling short in terms of your own values and goals. Reflection isn't just about self-criticism or pointing out your flaws. It's about understanding why you do what you do and how you can align your actions with your higher self. It's about cultivating a sense of inner peace and clarity. And journaling can be an incredibly powerful tool for this practice. Writing down your thoughts, feelings, and reflections allows you to externalize your internal world. You get to see your worries, doubts, and fears on paper, and in doing so, they lose some of their power over you. Journaling helps you process emotions, clarify your thoughts, and gain a sense of calm and control. As the Stoics knew, when you reflect on your day, you gain the ability to shape your responses to life rather than letting life shape you. What's amazing about reflection is that it gives you the space to pause, breathe, and put things into perspective. Let's face it, life is full of challenges. There are days when everything seems to go wrong, when you're overwhelmed, stressed, or frustrated. But when you take the time to reflect, you can gain clarity. You start to see that not everything is as urgent as it seems in the moment. You begin to recognize that many of the things you stress about are fleeting, that they don't define you, and that you have the ability to respond differently. It's like putting on a pair of glasses and seeing things more clearly. Reflection allows you to step outside of the chaos and view your experiences with a calm, objective mindset. Journaling plays a crucial role in this process. By writing down your thoughts, you give yourself the opportunity to work through them in a structured way. Instead of letting your emotions run wild, you create a space where you can process them thoughtfully. As you reflect on the day's events, you can identify patterns in your thinking and behavior. Maybe you notice that you get triggered by certain things, or that you tend to react impulsively in stressful situations. Journaling helps you catch these patterns and shift your mindset. It allows you to be intentional with your responses rather than just reacting without thinking. This is where true growth happens, when you become more mindful of your actions and actively choose to align them with your values and goals. The Stoics were masters of this kind of self-reflection. They didn't believe in merely thinking about their problems. They took time to actually examine their thoughts and feelings in order to understand themselves better. When we don't take the time to reflect on our experiences, we allow our imagination to run wild, creating exaggerated fears and worries. But when we stop and reflect, we can see that many of our anxieties are just stories we've told ourselves. Reflection helps us step back and challenge those thoughts. It helps us differentiate between what's real and what's imagined, and it gives us the clarity we need to move forward with confidence. Reflection isn't always easy. It requires honesty, vulnerability, and a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths about ourselves. It can be difficult to acknowledge our flaws or admit when we've made mistakes. But this is where the real growth happens. When you're honest with yourself, when you take the time to really examine your actions and behaviors, you open the door to personal development. You begin to see where you're holding yourself back, where you're repeating the same patterns, and where you have the opportunity to do better. Reflection allows you to see these obstacles clearly, understand them, and turn them into lessons that propel you forward. Now, you might be wondering, how exactly can you start building this practice of reflection in your life? It's simple. Start small. You don't need to spend hours meditating or writing. Start by setting aside just 5 or 10 minutes at the end of each day to reflect. Ask yourself a few key questions. What did I think today? How did I feel? What did I do? And how did I respond to challenges? Be honest with yourself, but don't judge yourself harshly. The goal is not to criticize, but to understand. The more you do this, the more natural it will become. You'll start to notice patterns in your thinking and behavior. You'll begin to understand yourself more deeply, and you'll feel more at peace with who you are and where you're headed. Remember, reflection isn't just about looking back. It's about using the past to shape a better future. Every time you reflect on a mistake or a challenge, you're creating an opportunity to learn and improve. And with every lesson learned, you build a stronger, more resilient version of yourself. The Stoics knew that self-awareness was key to personal growth. By reflecting on their thoughts, feelings, and actions, they were able to align themselves with their values and live a life of purpose and meaning. And you can do the same. With consistent reflection, journaling, and self-awareness, you'll develop the inner calm and clarity that will help you navigate life's ups and downs with grace. Take the time to reflect. Start journaling. Ask yourself the tough questions. It's in these quiet moments of introspection that you'll uncover the power to live with more intention, more peace, and more confidence. Reflection is your superpower. It's the tool that allows you to take control of your life and shape it into something extraordinary. 14. The mind needs guidance, not suppression. The mind can be a wild thing, isn't it? It races from thought to thought, creating stories, building anxieties, and sometimes spiraling into confusion. Have you ever felt like your thoughts were out of control? Like your emotions were pulling you in every direction, making it hard to focus or feel at peace? It's a common experience, and it's easy to feel overwhelmed by the constant flow of thoughts and feelings. But here's the thing. The Stoics didn't believe in repressing or ignoring those emotions. Instead, they advocated for guiding them. They understood that our emotions, though powerful, don't need to be our masters. We don't have to suppress them, but we do need to steer them in a direction that serves us. It's like having a wild horse. You wouldn't just break the horse's spirit. Instead, you'd gently guide it in the right direction. And that's exactly what we need to do with our minds. The Stoics understood that the mind needs guidance, not suppression. Emotions are natural. They are a part of what it means to be human. We feel joy, sadness, anger, fear. These emotions are built into us. They're not something we can simply get rid of or push away. What we can do, however, is learn how to manage them. Think of your mind like a horse, as the Stoics might suggest. It's wild, powerful, and can take you places you might not want to go if left unchecked. If you just let the horse run free, it could cause chaos. But if you gently guide it, you can steer it towards something productive, even beautiful. This is how the Stoics saw emotions and thoughts. They weren't things to be afraid of, nor were they to be suppressed. They were to be understood, observed, and gently guided. When you allow yourself to become aware of your emotions without immediately reacting to them, you create a space for clarity and understanding. You start to see that your emotions don't define you. They are simply signals that can teach you about yourself, but they don't need to control you. If we let our emotions run unchecked, they control us, and we end up feeling like we're at the mercy of whatever comes our way. But when we take the time to understand our emotions, to observe them without judgment, we gain the power to direct them. We begin to see them for what they are, temporary feelings that don't need to dictate our actions. And this awareness gives us freedom. It gives us the ability to choose how to respond rather than simply reacting based on our emotions. So, how do we go about guiding the mind? The first step is awareness. The Stoics didn't believe in ignoring or repressing emotions. They believed in acknowledging them and observing them without being swept away by them. This is where mindfulness comes in. Mindfulness isn't about stopping your thoughts or pretending you don't have emotions. It's about being present with what's happening in your mind without judgment. You notice when your thoughts start to spiral or when your emotions start to rise, but you don't immediately react. You just observe. This practice creates space between stimulus and reaction. Instead of reacting impulsively to what you're feeling, you can choose a more intentional response. Imagine you're facing a stressful situation, maybe a big presentation at work or an argument with a friend. It's natural to feel anxiety or frustration. In the past, you might have let those emotions control you. You might have become defensive, nervous, or angry. But now, with the guidance of Stoic principles, you can practice mindfulness. You can notice the anxiety creeping in and simply observe it without becoming overwhelmed by it. You can recognize, okay, I'm feeling anxious right now, but I don't have to act on it. I don't have to let it define me. I can choose a calm, thoughtful response. This is the power of awareness. It allows you to separate yourself from your emotions, and in doing so, you regain control. The Stoic philosophers knew that emotions, while powerful, are not inherently bad. They're a part of life. What matters is how we respond to them. If we let our emotions control us, we lose that power. But if we practice mindfulness and awareness, we can guide our emotions in a way that serves us. We can take that wild horse of the mind and gently direct it toward peace and clarity. Jung's ideas also align with this approach. He believed that self-awareness is the key to personal growth. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, he said. And becoming who you truly are involves understanding your mind, the way you think, feel, and react. It's about bringing the unconscious to the surface so that you can consciously guide your actions. When you understand your emotional patterns and the ways your mind works, you gain the ability to steer your life in the direction you want it to go. You don't let your emotions control you. Instead, you take the reins and guide them in a way that aligns with your values and goals. One of the most powerful things about this Stoic approach to emotions is that it helps you develop resilience. Life isn't always going to be easy. There will be times when you're faced with difficult emotions, when you feel overwhelmed, angry, or frustrated. But when you practice mindfulness and learn to guide your mind, you build the resilience to handle whatever comes your way. Instead of being swept away by your emotions, you learn to meet them with calm, clarity, and purpose. This makes you less reactive and more thoughtful in your responses, and over time, it builds your inner strength. As if you allow your thoughts to run wild, they can shape a reality that feels chaotic and uncontrollable. But if you guide your thoughts with mindfulness and intention, you can shape a reality that is peaceful and under control. So, how do you start practicing this gentle guidance of the mind? It begins with self-awareness. Take a moment each day to check in with yourself. Notice what you're thinking and feeling without judgment. Ask yourself, what's going on inside my mind right now? What emotions am I feeling and why? The more you practice this awareness, the easier it becomes to catch your emotions before they spiral out of control. And when you do notice those emotions, don't try to suppress them. Just acknowledge them, observe them, allow them to be there without becoming overwhelmed by them. Then, you can decide how to respond in a way that aligns with your values and goals. As you continue to practice this mindfulness, you'll begin to notice a shift. You'll become more aware of your emotional patterns and reactions. You'll start to see where you tend to react impulsively and where you can choose a more intentional response. This shift in awareness is the first step toward mastering your mind. It's the beginning of guiding your thoughts rather than being controlled by them. And over time, you'll find that you have more control over your emotions, your actions, and ultimately, your life. The Stoics understood that emotions are a part of being human. They didn't try to eliminate them or suppress them. They knew that, just like a wild horse, our emotions can be powerful and unruly. But with practice, we can guide them. We can direct them in a way that serves us rather than letting them control us. This practice of mindfulness and self-awareness is not just a tool for managing emotions. It's a tool for living a life of intention, clarity, and peace. When you learn to guide your mind, you unlock your full potential. You become more resilient, more present, and more in control of your own life. 15. Mastery is a process, not a destination. We all want to be in control of our lives, don't we? To have a sense of calm and clarity no matter what life throws at us. It's easy to look at someone who seems completely collected, someone who handles stress effortlessly, and think that they've got it all figured out. They've reached a destination, right? The truth is, mastery isn't a final destination. It's a process. The Stoics, those ancient philosophers who had a knack for wisdom, would agree. They didn't promise peace overnight. They didn't claim that one day everything would suddenly fall into place. Instead, they taught that calm, clarity, and emotional mastery are earned through consistent practice over time. It's about the small, daily steps, not some magical moment of arrival. It's the practice, not the perfection, that builds lasting peace. The Stoics didn't expect perfection from themselves, and they certainly didn't expect it from us. They knew that true mastery doesn't come from doing everything right all at once. Instead, it's about improving gradually, one step at a time. It's about cultivating habits that reinforce peace and balance. It's not about avoiding challenges or reaching some perfect state of emotional equilibrium. It's about how you respond to the challenges that inevitably come your way. Each reaction you choose, each time you catch yourself before you react impulsively, is a small victory. And when you string enough small victories together, you begin to experience mastery, not as a static goal, but as an ongoing process. It's easy to fall into the trap of thinking that peace is something we'll achieve once everything in our lives is perfect. That if we could just get the job we want, fix our relationships, or get the perfect routine, everything would finally fall into place. But the Stoics taught that external conditions don't define our inner peace. True peace comes from the inside. It's the ability to manage your thoughts, your feelings, and your reactions, no matter the chaos happening around you. So much of our stress comes from imagining the worst-case scenario, from ruminating on what could go wrong. But when we step back and practice reflection, like the Stoics did, we begin to see that the majority of our worries never come to pass. Peace is built through a practice of being present and not letting the mind run wild. It's about training the mind to stay grounded, even when things get tough. And that takes time. We often think of mastery in terms of getting it right. We imagine that if we practice something enough, we'll reach perfection, and at that moment, everything will click. But this idea of perfect mastery can be paralyzing. It can make us feel like we're never good enough, always striving for something that's just out of reach. But the Stoic perspective is different. They didn't believe in chasing perfection. They believed in the pursuit of virtue and progress, no matter how small the steps might be. Perfection was never the goal. Consistency was. Wisdom and mastery are earned by practicing the right habits over time. It's in the repetition of these small actions that we build our strength and character. Mastery isn't about being perfect. It's about being persistent, accepting that you will stumble along the way. But those stumbles, those moments where you fall short, are just as important as the moments when you succeed. Each mistake is an opportunity to learn, to adjust, and to grow. The process of mastery is one of continuous evolution, not a point of arrival. When you can embrace that, you free yourself from the pressure of being perfect and focus on being consistent. Think about any skill you've learned, whether it's a sport, a craft, or a profession. At first, it felt impossible. You probably made mistakes, maybe you even failed. But as you practiced over time, it got easier. You learned from your mistakes, you adjusted, and you kept going. You didn't give up because you weren't perfect right away. You understood that mastery was a journey, not a destination. The same applies to emotional mastery. You can't expect yourself to have it all figured out from the beginning. You will have moments of doubt, moments when your emotions get the best of you, but that's all part of the process. What matters is that you keep showing up, keep practicing, and keep striving for progress. The Stoics knew this well. They didn't expect perfection, and they didn't demand it from themselves. What they valued was the effort, the continuous striving to be better, no matter how small the steps. Every obstacle you face isn't something to avoid or lament. It's an opportunity to learn, grow, and keep moving forward. Your challenges, your setbacks, are part of your mastery. Each time you meet them with resilience and thoughtful action, you're building your strength. Mastery comes not from eliminating obstacles, but from learning how to navigate them. One of the most powerful ideas the Stoics teach is that peace isn't something that happens in one moment. It's not about waiting for life to calm down or for everything to fall into place. Peace is a byproduct of practice. It's something you build through daily effort. And this process is what leads to true mastery. It's not about waiting for everything to be perfect. It's about showing up every day, putting in the work, and trusting that over time, you'll get better. It's about embracing the journey, not the destination. The beauty of this process is that there's no end point. You don't reach mastery and then stop. Mastery is something you continue to work on, to refine, and to improve. It's not a place you arrive at. It's a state of being that you cultivate through consistent practice. It's a lifelong process, and that's what makes it so fulfilling. As you continue to practice mindfulness, reflection, and emotional control, you build a foundation of inner peace that allows you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace. You learn to weather the storms without being overwhelmed and to enjoy the calm when it comes. This process of mastery isn't about being perfect. It's about being present, persistent, and willing to grow. If you're feeling frustrated because you haven't reached some ideal version of peace or mastery yet, take a deep breath and remind yourself that this is the journey. It's okay not to have it all figured out. What matters is that you keep going, that you continue to practice, and that you stay focused on progress rather than perfection. The Stoics would tell you that you're already on the right path. Mastery is a process, not a destination, and every small step you take along the way is a victory in itself. Remember, true mastery is a journey, not a destination. Every small step you take, every moment you choose to grow, is a victory in itself. So keep moving forward and trust that with every day you're building a stronger, calmer, and more resilient version of yourself. Did you know that the secret to transforming your life's biggest challenges into your greatest opportunities might have been discovered over 2,000 years ago? Imagine facing life's most brutal storms with a calm so powerful that nothing, absolutely nothing, could shake your inner peace. Sounds like a superpower, right? But here's the uncomfortable truth. You already have that power. Every day, you're letting your emotions, your circumstances, and the chaos of the world dictate your happiness and peace. You're allowing the storms to control you, to tear apart your sense of self. The real question is, why? Why let life's uncontrollable forces burn you out, when Stoic wisdom offers a way to reclaim your strength, to find peace amid the madness? This ancient philosophy teaches us that while we can't control what happens to us, we can control how we respond. And that, my friend, is where true freedom lies. If you're tired of being a passenger in your own life, if you're ready to take the wheel and steer yourself toward unshakable peace, then stick with me. This journey is going to challenge everything you thought you knew about yourself and the world around you. If you're ready to embrace this shift, to take ownership of your mind and your actions, then I invite you to subscribe. For your own good, it's about committing to growth, to self-mastery, and to living a life aligned with your highest values. Let's walk this path together. 1. Focus on what you can control. Life has a way of throwing challenges at us when we least expect it. We've all been there, stressed out, rushing, trying to get everything done, and then, bam, something goes wrong. Maybe it's a traffic jam when you're already running late, or a comment on social media that hits you like a punch in the gut. It feels like the universe is out to get you, doesn't it? But here's the thing that might surprise you. You can't control most of what happens in life. The traffic, the weather, the people around you, they're all beyond your control. But the one thing you do control, 100%, is your reaction. This is where Stoicism comes in. The ancient Stoics, like Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius, believed that the key to peace and happiness lies in focusing on what you can control and letting go of the rest. It's a simple idea, but one that can completely shift the way you navigate life's challenges. It's not the traffic, the negativity, or the chaos around you that's causing your stress. It's how you choose to respond. Think about that next time you're stuck in traffic. Do you let your blood pressure rise, getting angrier with each passing minute? Or do you take a deep breath, shift your mindset, and use the time productively? It's all up to you. When you focus on what's in your control, your thoughts, your mindset, your actions, you take back the power that you might have unknowingly handed over to everything around you. Carl Jung believed that our responses to external events shape who we are, not the events themselves. So, every time you face something that seems out of your control, remember that your reaction is the one thing you get to choose. The next time you find yourself stuck somewhere, frustrated by what's happening, pause. Take a deep breath. Acknowledge that you can't change the external situation, and then shift your focus inward. Can you use that time to think clearly, listen to something positive, or even relax? You absolutely can. And in doing so, you regain control over your peace of mind, which is something no traffic jam can ever take away. When we embrace this Stoic principle, we start to build emotional resilience. Imagine facing life's challenges, not with anger or frustration, but with calm acceptance. It's like having a shield around your peace of mind. And yes, this takes practice. You won't always get it right, but with time, it becomes easier. Just think of the long-term impact: less stress, more clarity, and the ability to focus on what matters. Instead of letting life's little hiccups throw you off course, you learn to keep your eyes on the road ahead, both literally and metaphorically. Now, let's take this idea of focusing on what's in your control and apply it to another area of life: our relationships. How often do we get upset because someone said something that we didn't like, or someone didn't act the way we expected? We can't control other people's behavior, but we can control how we respond to it. Here's the thing: you can't change the actions of others, but you can choose how you engage with them. If someone cuts you off in traffic, for example, you can choose whether to react with anger or let it slide. When someone at work or in your personal life says something that rubs you the wrong way, you get to decide whether to react emotionally or respond with understanding. And this isn't just some abstract, feel-good philosophy. There's a practical side to it. For instance, next time you're overwhelmed with everything on your to-do list, instead of letting it all pile up and create anxiety, take a moment to focus on the task at hand. Ask yourself, what can I control right now? What's the next step? By taking small, manageable actions instead of trying to control everything all at once, you not only reduce stress, but also become more effective in tackling your goals. The Stoics teach us that we don't need to be perfect. In fact, they believe that perfection is not the goal. The goal is progress. Small steps every day lead to big changes. It's about taking responsibility for what's in your control, doing your best, and letting go of everything else. It's the opposite of being a perfectionist. It's about realizing that some things are simply beyond your reach. And once you accept that, you free yourself from the anxiety of trying to control everything around you. Carl Jung had an insightful take on this when he said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people." When we accept that we can't control everything around us, we stop projecting our frustrations onto others. We begin to see the world for what it is, full of imperfections and uncertainties, and learn to navigate it with a sense of clarity and control. This shift in perspective is what allows you to stop reacting negatively and start responding thoughtfully. So, what does this all mean for you, right here, right now? It means taking responsibility for your own peace. You might not be able to control what happens at work, or the frustrations of daily life, or the behavior of the people around you, but you can control how you react. And by consistently choosing calm, mindfulness, and clarity, you create a life that is less chaotic and more centered. That's not a small thing. It's a game changer. Stoicism doesn't promise that life will be free of obstacles or frustrations. But what it does promise is that by focusing on what you can control, your thoughts, your reactions, and your mindset, you'll be able to navigate those obstacles with grace and strength. This principle alone can transform the way you experience life. Imagine facing setbacks without feeling defeated, navigating tough situations without feeling overwhelmed. It's possible, and it starts with understanding this simple but profound Stoic lesson. Focus on what you can control and let go of everything else. 2. Embrace the obstacle. It's easy to get discouraged when life throws you a curveball, whether it's a job rejection, a difficult conversation, or something unexpected that turns your plans upside down. The initial instinct is often to ask, "Why me?" It's like the universe is conspiring against you, and you can't help but feel frustrated. But what if I told you that this mindset, while natural, is exactly what keeps you stuck? What if the very obstacles that seem to block your path are actually the things that could propel you forward in ways you never expected? This is exactly what the Stoics believed when they said, "The obstacle is the way." This might sound counterintuitive at first, but once you understand it, it can completely change the way you approach life's challenges. The Stoics didn't see obstacles as mere hurdles to jump over or problems to solve. Instead, they saw obstacles as opportunities for growth, learning, and transformation. Think about it. Every setback, every failure, and every difficult moment is a chance to test your resilience. It's a moment to dig deeper and find strength you didn't know you had. When things don't go as planned, you're forced to adapt. You're forced to think creatively, to reframe your perspective, and to discover new ways to approach life's challenges. That's where growth happens. It's in the struggle, not in the smooth sailing. When you face an obstacle, try to shift your mindset. Instead of focusing on how unfair it is or how much it hurts, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? That simple shift in perspective can change everything. It allows you to approach the situation with curiosity instead of frustration, with the mindset of a learner rather than a victim. When you stop seeing obstacles as something to avoid or resent, and start seeing them as opportunities to grow, you take back control. You turn a setback into a setup for something better. And isn't that a more empowering way to live? Our perception shapes our reality. If you see a rejection as a reflection of your worth, it will hurt deeply. But if you see it as a stepping stone on the path to something better, you can approach it with resilience and clarity. This doesn't mean pretending the setback doesn't hurt. It just means acknowledging the pain while recognizing that it doesn't define you. Your response to the obstacle is what truly matters. Carl Jung echoed this sentiment when he said, What you resist persists. In other words, fighting against the obstacles in your life only makes them stronger. The more you resist something, the more it has control over you. On the other hand, if you can learn to embrace the obstacle, to accept it, and ask yourself, what can I learn from this? You reclaim your power. Obstacles then become opportunities to expand your understanding of yourself and the world around you. You stop being passive in the face of adversity and start becoming an active participant in your own growth. This shift from resistance to acceptance is where true transformation happens. Let's take an example to make this more concrete. Imagine you've just been passed over for a promotion at work. The initial reaction might be anger, disappointment, and even a bit of bitterness. It's easy to fall into the trap of thinking, I wasn't good enough. This is unfair. Why does this always happen to me? But what if, instead of letting that frustration take over, you stopped and asked yourself, what can I learn from this? Maybe there's feedback you can take to heart, areas where you can improve, or skills you need to develop. Maybe the job you didn't get is actually a blessing in disguise, pushing you toward a better opportunity down the road. When you choose to embrace the obstacle, you shift from a passive reaction to a proactive mindset, where every challenge is a chance to grow. The Stoics didn't just talk about embracing obstacles, they lived it. Marcus Aurelius wrote extensively about how to face challenges with grace and wisdom. In his meditations, he often reflected on how obstacles were an integral part of life and how they should be embraced as opportunities to refine our character. He believed that obstacles weren't just external problems. They were internal challenges that tested our resolve, our patience, and our wisdom. The impediment to action advances action, he said. In other words, what stands in the way of your progress isn't something to avoid. It's what pushes you to move forward, to find new paths, and to become better than you were before. This mindset isn't just about intellectual understanding. It's about putting it into practice. Every day we face challenges, big and small, and every day we have the choice to either see them as setbacks or as opportunities. A difficult conversation with a friend, a frustrating work deadline, or a personal disappointment. Each of these moments presents an opportunity to grow. When we embrace the obstacle, we not only grow stronger in the face of adversity, but we also build resilience and wisdom that will serve us in future challenges. It's not easy to change your perspective, especially when the obstacle feels overwhelming, but the Stoics teach us that this shift is the key to living a life of purpose and meaning. It's in overcoming the obstacles that we build the qualities that make us truly resilient: patience, courage, perseverance, and wisdom. The more we embrace obstacles, the more we see that they're not things to fear or avoid, but things to embrace. They are the raw material from which we carve our character and our destiny. Take a moment to reflect on the challenges in your own life. Are there any that you've been resisting or resenting? Are there obstacles you've been avoiding because they feel too hard, too painful, or too unfair? What if you could change your perspective and ask yourself, what can I learn from this? What if you could see every setback as an opportunity to grow, to become stronger, and to move closer to your goals? By embracing the obstacle, you shift from being at the mercy of life's circumstances to becoming an active participant in shaping your own story. One of the most powerful aspects of Stoic thought is its ability to help us see the world through a lens of acceptance, not resistance. When you accept that obstacles are a natural part of life, you stop seeing them as something to be feared and start seeing them as something to be used. They become tools for growth rather than sources of frustration, and by embracing them, you cultivate a mindset of strength and resilience that will carry you through even the toughest times. It's not just about mental toughness either. Embracing obstacles can help you emotionally too. It allows you to move through challenges with grace and without losing your sense of self. You stop being so attached to outcomes and start focusing on the process. You begin to see that the journey itself is just as valuable, if not more so, than the destination. Every obstacle you face is a part of that journey, a part of your growth. By embracing the challenge, you learn to savor the process and to find meaning in every experience, even the difficult ones. In the end, the Stoic principle of embracing the obstacle teaches us that we are never truly defeated as long as we continue to learn and grow. Life will never stop throwing challenges our way. But when we approach those challenges with the mindset of the obstacle is the way, we turn each setback into a step forward. We stop waiting for life to be easy, and instead we become stronger, wiser, and more resilient with every obstacle we face. So, the next time life throws a challenge your way, remember, it's not a roadblock, it's an opportunity to grow, to learn, and to build the life you truly want. By embracing the obstacle, you're not just surviving life's challenges, you're thriving through them. 3. Live in the present moment. Have you ever found yourself lying awake at night, thinking about everything you need to do tomorrow, or worrying about something that happened last week? It's easy to get caught up in the whirlwind of the future or the weight of the past, isn't it? We've all done it. Stress about what might happen, regret over what already has. But here's the truth. All that worrying is happening in your head, not in the present moment. And the present moment, as it turns out, is all we ever really have. The Stoics understood this better than anyone. They taught that in order to live a fulfilling life, we need to focus on the here and now. Living in the present doesn't mean ignoring the future or the past. It means acknowledging them, but not letting them control you. The future is important, of course. You plan for it, set goals, dream big. But when you're constantly thinking about it, you miss what's happening right in front of you. The same goes for the past. It's easy to get stuck in regret or guilt over mistakes we've made, but the past is gone. It's not something we can change. What we can change is how we approach today. This simple shift in focus can have a massive impact on our mental well-being. When we stop letting the future or the past dominate our thoughts, we can truly experience life in a richer, more meaningful way. Imagine this. You're sitting down to a meal. It's easy to shovel food into your mouth while scrolling through your phone, thinking about what's coming up later. But what if instead you really focused on the meal in front of you? The smell, the taste, the texture, everything. Suddenly, eating becomes an experience, not just a task. This is living in the present moment. It's about giving your full attention to whatever you're doing, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Think about a conversation you're having with a friend or family member. How often do we listen, but not really listen? Our minds drift to what we're going to say next, or what's coming up later in the day. But when you really listen, without distractions, without thinking ahead, you create a deeper connection. You become more present, more connected to the person in front of you. This is the heart of Stoicism, being fully present in every moment. The Stoics believed that by focusing on the present, we can cultivate inner peace and clarity, because it's only in the present that we have the power to act. As Epictetus said, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. The fewer distractions and desires we allow ourselves, the more we can enjoy what's right in front of us. The problem is, our culture doesn't really encourage living in the present. We're constantly told to plan ahead, to always be thinking about the next thing. It's no wonder we're all so stressed out. Our minds are like overactive machines, constantly jumping from one thought to the next. But here's the thing, this constant future chasing and past worrying only adds to our stress. It creates a kind of mental clutter that keeps us from experiencing life as it actually is. Living in the present moment isn't just a mental exercise, it's about shifting your entire approach to life. It's about being intentional with your time and energy. Think about how many times you've spent an entire day thinking about the things you need to do without actually doing them. Or how many times you've let your mind wander to the past or the future when you should have been focusing on the task at hand. By choosing to live in the present, you take back control over your life. Instead of letting your thoughts dictate your actions, you allow yourself to be fully present with whatever you're doing. This doesn't just make life more enjoyable, it makes it more productive too. The beauty of living in the present moment is that it helps you find joy in the little things. Instead of waiting for some grand event or future achievement to bring happiness, you start finding satisfaction in everyday experiences. Whether it's enjoying a cup of coffee in the morning or laughing with friends over dinner, these moments are what make life meaningful. It's easy to overlook them when we're always thinking about what's next, but when we choose to slow down and be present, we realize how much beauty there is in the here and now. This idea of being present is not just some fluffy philosophy. It's grounded in practical wisdom that can change how we experience the world. The Stoics knew that our thoughts and emotions are incredibly powerful. They shape our reality. If we're always thinking about what's next or regretting what's past, we miss out on the richness of life as it happens. But when we make the choice to focus on the present, we put ourselves in a position to respond to life with clarity and purpose. This kind of focus creates a sense of peace because it removes the mental noise that often clouds our judgment. Imagine how different your day would be if you could stay present throughout it. Instead of rushing through everything, checking off items on your to-do list while thinking about the next task, you focus on the moment in front of you. You give your full attention to each person you talk to, each task you perform, and each decision you make. Not only will you feel more at peace, but you'll also make better choices. This is the power of the present moment. It allows you to show up as your best self, fully engaged and clear-headed. But let's be honest, living in the present moment is easier said than done. We live in a world that's constantly pulling our attention in a million directions. Our phones, social media, and the pressures of daily life make it hard to stay focused on the here and now. But the good news is, it's a practice. Just like any skill, it takes time and effort to get better at being present. Start small. Try focusing on one task at a time instead of multitasking. Take a few minutes each day to sit in silence and clear your mind. Practice mindfulness by paying attention to your breath or the sensations in your body. The more you practice, the easier it becomes to stay present in your day-to-day life. You'll also find that living in the present moment helps you manage stress more effectively. When you stop worrying about what might happen or what has already happened, you're able to face challenges with more calm and clarity. Instead of getting overwhelmed by the future or the past, you can take things one step at a time. This isn't about avoiding stress. It's about learning how to manage it by focusing on what's within your control, the present moment, deeper connections with the people around you. When you're truly present, you listen better, you engage more fully, and you appreciate the people in your life in ways you might have missed before. Instead of thinking about what you need to do next, you can be there for the people you care about, offering them your full attention and presence. This not only strengthens your relationships, but also deepens your sense of fulfillment. In conclusion, living in the present moment isn't just a nice idea. It's a powerful practice that can change the way you experience life. By focusing on what's in front of you, rather than getting lost in the past or the future, you can find more peace, joy, and clarity in your day-to-day life. This practice allows you to fully engage with the world around you and embrace each moment as it comes. So, the next time you catch yourself worrying about what's ahead or what's behind, remind yourself to focus on the present. The present is where life happens, and it's the only moment you truly have. 4. Practice self-discipline. There's a lot of talk about self-discipline these days, isn't there? We hear it everywhere, on social media, in motivational speeches, and even in our own minds. But what does self-discipline really mean? It's often seen as this rigid, almost joyless concept, like you're some kind of robot who never gets to indulge in anything fun. We picture someone who's always sticking to a strict schedule, turning down treats and putting in hours of work without ever taking a break. But that's not what self-discipline is about. In fact, self-discipline isn't about depriving yourself of enjoyment. It's about making conscious, thoughtful choices that align with your long-term goals, not just your immediate desires. It's about choosing what's right over what's easy, even when it feels uncomfortable. The Stoics had a powerful way of thinking about self-discipline. For them, it wasn't about suppressing desires entirely. It was about learning to control them. The Stoics understood that life is filled with distractions, temptations, short-term pleasures, and instant gratifications that pull us away from what's truly important. But if we're not careful, these fleeting desires can lead us off course. The real challenge is in learning to say no to the things that derail us from our long-term goals. Whether it's skipping the gym for a Netflix binge or impulsively buying things we don't need, these small decisions add up. It's in these moments that self-discipline is tested. Think about the last time you were faced with a choice. Maybe it was getting up early to work out or hitting the snooze button. Maybe it was deciding to spend time on a personal project instead of scrolling through social media. In these moments, self-discipline is the deciding factor. It's not about saying no to fun or pleasure. It's about making a choice that serves you in the long run, even if it feels tough in the moment. Self-discipline is about taking control of your actions and recognizing that your choices shape your future. And that doesn't mean you have to live a boring, restricted life. It just means you're learning to balance immediate gratification with long-term growth. Self-discipline is deeply tied to self-awareness. It's about understanding who you are, what you truly value, and what you want out of life. When you practice self-discipline, you're essentially saying, "I know what's good for me, even when my impulses try to steer me in a different direction." In that sense, self-discipline isn't about fighting who you are. It's about aligning your actions with your deeper values and long-term aspirations. It's about becoming the person you want to be, not just indulging in the momentary pleasures that might feel good right now, but hold you back later. It's also important to recognize that self-discipline isn't something that comes naturally to everyone. It's a skill, and like any skill, it takes practice. Real freedom comes from having control over yourself and your actions. This is where the power of self-discipline lies, in learning to direct your energy toward what matters most, instead of being swept away by the whims of momentary desires. It's about mastering your impulses, not letting them master you. And this takes time. It takes constant, small actions that add up. One of the best ways to build self-discipline is through consistency. It's not about making huge, grandiose changes all at once. It's about making small, steady improvements. Every time you choose to skip that extra snack or decide to tackle a challenging task instead of procrastinating, you're building self-discipline. And with each choice, you become stronger. Over time, these small decisions compound, creating a new habit that reinforces itself. This is how the Stoics lived. They practiced self-discipline in small, everyday actions. Whether it was practicing mindfulness, avoiding distractions, or making thoughtful decisions, their philosophy was rooted in the idea that it's the small, consistent efforts that lead to real transformation. In fact, Aristotle said, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. This quote speaks directly to the heart of self-discipline. It's about the small, repeated actions that make you who you are. Excellence doesn't come from a single moment of brilliance. It comes from daily commitment, from choosing what's right over what's easy time and time again. If you want to be someone who is strong, disciplined, and successful, you have to embody those qualities every day, in every decision, no matter how small. Each act of self-discipline builds your character and reinforces your capacity for growth. Now, let's talk about how self-discipline impacts your goals. Most of us have dreams, big dreams. Whether it's starting a business, writing a book, or getting in shape, we all have something we want to achieve. But here's the thing. Dreams don't come true by simply wishing for them. They come true by taking consistent, disciplined action. The problem is, our minds are constantly pulled towards short-term pleasures. It's easy to get distracted by the immediate rewards, like watching TV or scrolling through your phone. But self-discipline is about setting clear boundaries and choosing the long-term rewards instead. It's about recognizing that the satisfaction you get from achieving your goals is far greater than the fleeting pleasure of giving in to distractions. Think about it. If you want to run a marathon, you can't just hope that one day you'll wake up and magically be able to run 26 miles. It takes consistent effort, training every day, pushing through the discomfort, staying committed even when you don't feel like it. The same applies to any goal you set for yourself. Self-discipline is the driving force that keeps you on track when the going gets tough. And it's not about perfection, it's about progress. Even on the days when you don't feel like it, the act of showing up, of making that small, disciplined choice, adds up over time. Self-discipline also plays a key role in our ability to handle setbacks. Life rarely goes as planned, and obstacles will inevitably come your way. But when you practice self-discipline, you build resilience. Instead of letting challenges knock you off course, you stay focused and adapt. The Stoics were masters at this. They didn't shy away from challenges, they welcomed them. They understood that adversity was an opportunity to practice self-discipline and grow stronger. The obstacles that seem to block your progress are actually the things that help you grow and improve. When you choose to persevere, even when things get tough, you develop the self-discipline that allows you to overcome anything in your path. And it's this resilience, this ability to stick to your goals despite setbacks, that separates those who achieve their dreams from those who don't. Self-discipline is not about avoiding challenges. It's about facing them head-on and choosing to stay focused, no matter what. When you build the muscle of self-discipline, you become unstoppable. Every setback is just a step toward your ultimate goal. Every small, consistent choice adds up to big results. At the end of the day, self-discipline isn't just about saying no to distractions. It's about saying yes to the life you want to create. It's about choosing long-term fulfillment over short-term gratification. And with every act of self-discipline, no matter how small, you're moving closer to becoming the person you want to be. So, remember, self-discipline isn't about being perfect or living a joyless life. It's about making choices that align with your deepest values and long-term goals, and doing it consistently every single day. 5. Build emotional resilience. Life has a funny way of throwing us curveballs when we least expect it. One moment everything seems to be going well, and the next, you're facing a challenge that knocks you off balance. It's inevitable. We all go through tough times, whether it's personal loss, failure, conflict, or disappointment, and when it happens, it can feel like the world is caving in. You might feel anger, frustration, sadness, or fear. These emotions can be overwhelming, sometimes even crippling. But here's the thing. While we can't always control the external events in our lives, we can always control how we respond to them. This is where emotional resilience comes in. It's the ability to bounce back, to get back on your feet after life knocks you down. And the Stoics were masters of this. They understood that emotions, while natural, don't have to control us. We can feel them, acknowledge them, but ultimately we don't have to let them define us. The Stoics believed that we are not our emotions. We are not the anger we feel after an argument, nor the fear we experience when facing uncertainty. Instead, they taught that we are the ones who have control over how we react to those emotions. Epictetus said, "Men are disturbed not by things, but by the views which they take of them." This means that our emotional response to an event isn't dictated by the event itself, but by how we choose to interpret it. Imagine a tough situation. Maybe you didn't get the job you wanted, or a close friend let you down. In that moment, your emotions may flood in. But the Stoics would ask, how are you interpreting this situation? Are you choosing to see it as an insurmountable obstacle, or as a challenge that can help you grow? Emotional resilience doesn't mean suppressing your emotions or pretending everything is fine when it's not. It's about acknowledging your feelings without letting them dictate your actions. It's natural to feel hurt or angry when life doesn't go as planned, but it's what we do next that matters. Do we let those emotions hijack our decisions, or do we take a step back, reflect, and respond from a place of calm and reason? The key to resilience is learning to pause, just for a moment, before reacting. This pause allows us to reflect on the situation and choose a response that aligns with our values rather than being swept away by impulse. It's the difference between reacting emotionally and responding thoughtfully. Carl Jung believed that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. What does that have to do with emotional resilience? Well, part of becoming who you truly are means mastering your emotions. When we let our emotions control us, we give away our power. But when we take a step back and choose how to respond, we reclaim that power. Emotional resilience is not about becoming cold or indifferent. It's about learning to respond to life's difficulties with composure, understanding, and clarity. It's about developing the strength to face challenges without letting them destroy our sense of self or our peace of mind. Think about a time when you've faced adversity. Maybe it was a difficult breakup, a tough decision at work, or a health scare. In those moments, your emotions may have run high. It's easy to fall into a pattern of reacting impulsively, lashing out, shutting down, or spiraling into self-doubt. But emotional resilience is about creating space between the emotion and the action. It's about feeling the emotion, really feeling it, without letting it take over your actions. You might feel anger after an argument, but that doesn't mean you have to say something you'll regret. You might feel fear when faced with a new challenge, but that doesn't mean you have to avoid it. Resilience is about meeting life's challenges with a clear mind, a calm heart, and the wisdom to know that this moment, no matter how intense, will pass. Emotional resilience is also about recognizing that adversity is part of the human experience. The Stoics didn't see life's difficulties as something to avoid, but something to embrace. They understood that obstacles are opportunities for growth. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the idea that the challenges we face are part of life's natural order. He wrote, "What stands in the way becomes the way." This is a profound perspective. It suggests that the very things that seem to block us are actually the things that help us grow. Every setback, every disappointment is an opportunity to practice resilience, to learn, and to become stronger. Instead of resenting obstacles, the Stoics encouraged us to embrace them, seeing them as a chance to practice virtues like patience, wisdom, and courage. This mindset shifts our approach to challenges from something negative to something constructive. When we face adversity, it's easy to become overwhelmed by the emotions that come with it. But the Stoic approach encourages us to see these emotions as temporary, passing storms, not permanent states of being. Instead of being defined by the emotions we feel in difficult moments, we can choose to see ourselves as bigger than the situation. It's like when you're caught in a storm. The rain and wind may be fierce, but you're not the storm. You're the person standing in it, holding steady. Emotional resilience is about holding steady, no matter how strong the storm might feel. It's about knowing that, no matter what happens, you can handle it. Another important aspect of emotional resilience is learning to be kind to ourselves when things don't go as planned. Too often, we're our harshest critics. When we fail or struggle, we beat ourselves up, as if that will somehow help the situation. But the Stoics knew that self-compassion was key to emotional resilience. They understood that mistakes and failures are part of the learning process. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." This quote highlights the tendency we have to exaggerate our struggles. We worry about how bad things could get, even when the actual situation might not be as dire as we imagine. Resilience means facing life's challenges head-on without drowning in self-criticism. It means giving ourselves the grace to fail, learn and grow, rather than getting stuck in shame or regret. One way to build emotional resilience is by cultivating mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of being fully present in the moment, without judgment. When you're mindful, you're not lost in your emotions or overwhelmed by the past or future. You're simply aware of what's happening right now. And when difficult emotions arise, mindfulness allows you to observe them without getting swept away by them. You can feel the anger, sadness, or frustration, but you don't let it control you. Instead of reacting impulsively, mindfulness gives you the space to choose how to respond. This doesn't mean pushing away your emotions or pretending they don't exist. It means acknowledging them without letting them define your actions. The things we repress or ignore in ourselves, our fears, insecurities, and emotional reactions, will continue to control us unless we confront them. Emotional resilience is about becoming aware of these emotions and learning to navigate them with clarity and purpose. It's not about eliminating negative emotions, it's about understanding them and not letting them drive our decisions. Ultimately, emotional resilience is about finding balance. It's about accepting that we will face difficulties and feel intense emotions, but that we don't have to be consumed by them. It's about learning to ride the waves of life with grace, without letting the ups and downs toss us around. The Stoics didn't teach us to avoid emotions. They taught us to approach them with wisdom. They believed that we can feel deeply without being controlled by our feelings. This balance between feeling and reason is the cornerstone of emotional resilience. When life gets tough, remember, you don't have to be defined by your emotions. You can feel them, understand them, and move forward. Emotional resilience is not about being immune to pain or hardship. It's about knowing that you have the strength to overcome them, time and time again. Just like the Stoics taught us, adversity is an opportunity to grow. Embrace it, learn from it, and come out stronger on the other side. 6. Memento mori. Remember you will die. Have you ever really thought about your own mortality? Not in a fearful or depressing way, but in a way that motivates you to live more fully. We tend to live our lives as if we have all the time in the world, don't we? We procrastinate, we put things off, we take people for granted. But deep down, we know that life is fragile. We know that time is limited. So why do we keep acting as though we have endless time to get things right? This is where the Stoic practice of Memento mori comes into play. It's a practice that reminds us, remember, you will die. Now I know it sounds a little morbid at first, but bear with me. When we truly embrace the idea that life is short, we stop wasting time on the trivial. We start focusing on what truly matters, and it radically changes the way we live. Memento mori isn't about living in fear or obsessing over death. In fact, quite the opposite. It's about living with intention and purpose. Marcus Aurelius often meditated on the idea of death. He wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." This is a profound reminder to live each day as if it were our last. Not in a reckless, hedonistic way, but in a way that encourages us to focus on what's really important, our relationships, our health, and our happiness. By acknowledging that time is limited, we begin to make better choices, not just in how we spend our time, but in how we treat others and how we show up in the world. When you think about it, death is one of the few things in life that's certain. No one knows exactly when their time will come, but we do know that it will. And that knowledge, while sobering, can actually be empowering. It can shift your entire perspective on life. Instead of putting things off, you start asking yourself, what really matters? What are the things you want to accomplish before you run out of time? What kind of person do you want to be? What kind of legacy do you want to leave behind? When we remember that our time is finite, we stop getting caught up in the distractions and trivial concerns that so often dominate our daily lives. Instead, we focus on living in a way that aligns with our deepest values. To truly embrace the idea that life is short, we have to come to terms with who we are right now. We have to accept ourselves as we are, with all our flaws and imperfections, and live in alignment with our true selves. The Stoics believed that by reflecting on our mortality, we are forced to confront the transient nature of life, which in turn helps us live more authentically. When we remember that time is limited, we stop wasting it on things that don't matter and start living with greater purpose and intention. But let's be clear, Memento mori isn't just about focusing on the end of life. It's about using that awareness to make the most of the present. It's a call to action. It's a reminder that we don't have time to waste. When we reflect on death, we're not supposed to become paralyzed by fear or anxiety. Instead, we're encouraged to take control of the time we do have. We become more intentional with our actions, more present with the people we love, and more focused on what we want to achieve. It's about appreciating each moment and not allowing the little things that irritate or distract us to steal our joy. The idea of memento mori also forces us to think about our relationships. Think about how much time we spend on things that don't matter, scrolling through social media, arguing over trivial issues, or getting caught up in drama. Now think about the people in your life, your family, your friends, your loved ones. How much time do you spend with them? How often do you express how much you care? Marcus Aurelius also wrote, "You are a little soul carrying around a corpse." In other words, we are not our bodies. We are the soul, the spirit. The body is just a vessel, temporary and fleeting. By remembering that our time here is short, we start to appreciate the people who matter most to us. We stop taking them for granted. We start showing up for them in a way that reflects their importance in our lives. By practicing memento mori, we're not only reminded of our own mortality, but we're also reminded to cherish the moments we have with others. It's easy to get lost in the hustle and bustle of daily life, to be consumed by work, obligations, or our personal goals. But when we remember that time is limited, we begin to prioritize the things that truly matter. We make time for the people we love. We reach out to friends and family. We let go of petty grievances and focus on building meaningful connections. Every moment with the people we care about becomes more precious when we acknowledge that we won't have forever with them. And when we live with this awareness, we become more present, more connected, and more grateful for the time we have. The practice of memento mori also leads us to a deeper sense of gratitude. The more we reflect on the brevity of life, the more we appreciate the little things, the warmth of the sun on our face, the taste of our favorite meal, the sound of a loved one's voice. These simple joys take on a new meaning when we realize how fleeting they are. Instead of rushing through our days, we start savoring each moment, appreciating the beauty of the present. And it's in this appreciation that we find real happiness. Not in the pursuit of more things, but in the enjoyment of what's right in front of us. As Seneca wisely said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." When we embrace memento mori, we stop wasting time on things that don't matter. We stop holding grudges, putting off our dreams, or getting caught in the cycle of stress and anxiety. We begin to live intentionally, with an understanding that every day is a gift. This doesn't mean we need to become obsessed with death. It simply means we should be mindful of the fact that our time here is limited. And when we live with this awareness, we live more fully. We stop waiting for someday and start acting today. We take risks, we pursue our passions, and we cherish our relationships. The truth is, none of us know how much time we have. We don't know if tomorrow will come or if our loved ones will be there when we need them. That's why it's so important to live with intention and purpose, to appreciate the present moment and to use the time we have to become the people we want to be. The practice of memento mori reminds us that death is not something to fear. It's something to embrace as a motivator to live our best lives. It's a call to stop procrastinating, stop waiting for the perfect moment, and start making the most of the time we have. When you remember that life is short, you stop sweating the small stuff. You stop getting bogged down by things that don't matter in the grand scheme of things. Instead, you focus on what truly matters: your relationships, your health, your passions, and your purpose. You start living with greater gratitude, with more presence, and with more intentionality. And in doing so, you make the most of the time you have, leaving a legacy that's defined by love, meaning, and fulfillment. The practice of memento mori is not about fearing death. It's about using the awareness of life's brevity to live more fully, to love more deeply, and to embrace every moment as a precious gift. 7. Cultivate gratitude. Gratitude isn't just a word we toss around when someone holds the door open or hands us our coffee. It's more than a polite gesture. It's a practice. And not just a practice we do once in a while, but something we can weave into our everyday lives. In fact, practicing gratitude can transform the way we experience the world. But what exactly does it mean to cultivate gratitude? It's not simply about saying thank you when things go well. It's about being aware of all the good things in our lives, both big and small, and taking a moment each day to truly appreciate them. The Stoics understood this better than anyone. They knew that true happiness isn't about acquiring more, it's about appreciating what we already have. If we stop for a moment, it's clear that gratitude is not just a nice sentiment, it's a powerful tool that can shift our mindset and help us find peace in even the most challenging times. When we think about gratitude, we often picture moments of joy or special occasions, holidays, birthdays, big life milestones. But gratitude doesn't need to be saved for these moments. It can be found in the everyday. The Stoics taught us that we should appreciate the present, no matter how ordinary it seems. Every day, we have the chance to experience life, and that in itself is a gift. If we're constantly focused on what's missing or what we don't have, we miss out on the countless things we could be grateful for right now. Gratitude doesn't have to be reserved for big achievements. It can be found in the small, everyday moments that make life worth living. Take a moment right now and think about the little things in your life that bring you comfort or joy. Maybe it's the warmth of your bed when you wake up, or the feeling of a hot cup of coffee in your hands. Maybe it's a conversation with a friend or family member, or the quiet moments when you can just be with yourself. It could be the feeling of sunlight on your skin, or the sound of your favorite music playing in the background. These small moments are easy to overlook, especially in the hustle and bustle of everyday life. But if we stop and really notice them, we realize just how much we have to be grateful for. Gratitude isn't about waiting for the big life-changing moments. It's about recognizing the beauty in the present, even in the simplest things. Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." This is where gratitude and self-acceptance intersect. When we learn to appreciate what we have, we stop constantly striving for more, trying to prove our worth by acquiring things or achieving goals. Instead, we learn to accept ourselves and our lives just as they are. This shift in perspective is liberating. By practicing gratitude, we cultivate a sense of contentment that frees us from the pressure to always be doing more or having more. We learn to appreciate the life we've been given just as it is. In Stoic thought, happiness doesn't come from external circumstances, wealth, or success. It comes from within. The Stoics believed that by cultivating gratitude, we can find peace regardless of what's happening around us. True abundance is found in appreciating what we already have. If we are constantly seeking more things, more recognition, more achievements, we will never feel truly fulfilled. But if we learn to find joy in what we already possess, we unlock a deeper sense of happiness that doesn't depend on external circumstances. This is the essence of Stoic wisdom. True happiness is a choice, not a result of what we have, but a result of how we see and appreciate the world around us. Gratitude also has a profound effect on our relationships. When we take the time to reflect on the people in our lives, our friends, family, colleagues, or even strangers who show us kindness, we begin to notice the positive impact they have on our well-being. In the rush of daily life, it's easy to forget how much others contribute to our happiness. But when we pause and express gratitude for the people who make our lives better, we strengthen those relationships. We deepen our connection with others and create a positive, nurturing environment for ourselves. The Stoics understood that we are social creatures, and our relationships with others are essential to our well-being. When we talk about cultivating gratitude, it's important to remember that this practice isn't just about the good times. It's also about finding gratitude in the hard times. Life is full of challenges, and it's easy to fall into the trap of focusing on what's wrong, what's difficult, or what's missing. But the Stoics taught us that adversity can be a source of growth. When faced with obstacles, we have an opportunity to practice resilience and to be grateful for the strength we develop in the process. Every setback, every hardship is a chance to grow, to become stronger, and to appreciate the lessons that life offers us. This doesn't mean we ignore the pain or difficulties we experience. It simply means we recognize that these experiences can teach us valuable lessons if we choose to see them that way. Gratitude also plays a significant role in our mental and emotional health. Studies in positive psychology show that people who practice gratitude regularly experience lower levels of stress and depression, and higher levels of happiness and life satisfaction. When we focus on what we are grateful for, we shift our attention away from negativity, worry, and anxiety. This doesn't mean we ignore challenges or pretend everything is perfect. It means we consciously choose to focus on the positive aspects of our lives, no matter how small they may seem. When we focus on what we have, rather than what we don't have, we begin to see the abundance around us, and that abundance nurtures our well-being. But cultivating gratitude isn't always easy, especially when life gets tough. It's easy to slip into a mindset of scarcity where we focus on what's missing or what's going wrong. But here's the truth. Gratitude is a practice, not an automatic response. It requires intentionality. It requires us to actively seek out the good in our lives, even when it feels difficult. One of the simplest ways to cultivate gratitude is to start a daily gratitude practice. Each morning or evening, take a moment to reflect on what you're thankful for. It could be something as simple as a good cup of coffee or a kind word from a friend. It could be a big accomplishment or a moment of peace. By making gratitude a daily habit, we train our minds to focus on the positive, and over time, this practice can rewire our brains to see the world through a lens of abundance. Freedom, according to Seneca, comes from cultivating virtues like gratitude, which allow us to control our reactions to life's challenges. When we choose to focus on gratitude, we take control of our emotional responses. We refuse to be swept away by negative thinking or by the external events that are beyond our control. Instead, we anchor ourselves in the present moment and in the things that truly matter. This is where true freedom lies, in the ability to choose how we respond to life and in the power to see the world with gratitude. At the end of the day, cultivating gratitude is about more than just feeling thankful. It's about living a life that reflects that thankfulness. It's about choosing to see the good in ourselves, in others, and in the world around us. It's about appreciating what we have right now, rather than constantly longing for what we don't have. And when we practice gratitude, we transform our lives. We become more present, more connected, and more fulfilled. In the words of Epictetus, gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all the others. By cultivating gratitude, we open the door to a life of greater peace, joy, and meaning. 8. Practice compassion and empathy. Have you ever considered the idea that the act of being kind to others can be a source of strength, not just for the people you help, but for yourself as well? In a world where we often feel the pressure to compete, achieve, and move forward at all costs, it's easy to forget the value of simply showing compassion to others. But when you take a step back and really think about it, compassion is more than just a feel-good emotion. It's a cornerstone of what it means to live a meaningful and virtuous life. The Stoics knew this well. They believed that a life of virtue wasn't just about personal growth or inner peace. It was about contributing positively to the world around you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee." In other words, if you're not contributing to the well-being of others, you're not truly fulfilling your purpose. Compassion and empathy might not seem like qualities that immediately align with Stoic philosophy, especially when we think of Stoicism as a school of thought that emphasizes self-discipline, resilience, and inner strength. But if you look a little deeper, you'll see that the Stoics understood the interconnectedness of all people. They knew that our happiness and well-being aren't separate from the happiness and well-being of others. If we want to live a life of meaning and fulfillment, we need to engage with the world in a way that acknowledges the struggles, joys, and humanity of those around us. The Stoics weren't advocating for cold detachment from the world. They were advocating for emotional control so that we could approach others with understanding, kindness, and a sense of shared humanity. Empathy is at the core of this idea. It's the ability to put yourself in someone else's shoes, to understand their feelings, their struggles, and their perspective. And empathy is more than just understanding. It's about using that understanding to act with compassion. When you empathize with someone, you're not just acknowledging their pain or joy, you're feeling it with them and allowing that shared experience to foster a deeper connection. This kind of connection is the foundation of meaningful relationships. But becoming who we truly are isn't just about self-actualization or personal achievement. It's also about how we relate to others. True self-awareness comes when we recognize that we are all connected and that our actions have an impact on the people around us. When we practice compassion, we're not only making life better for others, but we're also improving our own emotional well-being. Have you ever noticed how good it feels to help someone else? When you lend a hand or offer a kind word, it doesn't just make their day better, it has a profound impact on you as well. This isn't just a feel-good notion, it's supported by psychology. Studies in positive psychology show that acts of kindness and compassion can actually boost our own happiness and sense of purpose. When we help others, we activate areas of the brain associated with pleasure and reward. In a sense, when you show compassion, you're not only making the world a better place for others, you're also enriching your own life in the process. But compassion isn't just about grand gestures or big acts of kindness. It's about the small, everyday actions that build stronger connections with others. It's about taking the time to listen without judgment, to really hear what someone is saying, and to show up for them when they need support. Think about the last time someone really listened to you. How did it feel? Maybe you were going through a tough time, and someone took the time to just listen, without interrupting or offering advice. There's a certain power in simply being present for someone else, in giving them the space to express themselves and feel heard. This kind of empathy, listening without judgment or expectation, builds trust and strengthens relationships. And this isn't just about helping others during the big moments. Compassion also shows up in the small, everyday moments. It's about being kind to the cashier at the store, offering a smile to a stranger, or checking in on a friend who might be having a rough day. These small acts might seem insignificant, but over time they add up. They create a ripple effect of positivity that spreads throughout your life and the lives of others. The Stoics believed that the pursuit of virtue is a lifelong endeavor, and practicing compassion and empathy is one of the simplest yet most powerful ways to embody that virtue. By making kindness a regular part of our lives, we not only contribute to the well-being of others, but also become better versions of ourselves. Empathy also requires us to move past our own biases and judgments. It's easy to judge others based on our own experiences and perspectives, but when we approach the world with compassion, we open ourselves up to understanding others more deeply. We begin to see that everyone is dealing with their own struggles, fears, and uncertainties. As a result, we become less critical and more accepting, not only of others, but of ourselves as well. Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." This is a powerful insight. When we react negatively to someone else's behavior, it's often a reflection of something in ourselves that we haven't fully addressed. Practicing empathy helps us confront these aspects of ourselves, leading to greater self-awareness and personal growth. It's also worth noting that compassion doesn't always mean agreeing with someone's actions or behavior. Sometimes showing compassion means offering support while still holding others accountable. It's about recognizing that people can change and that everyone is on their own journey. By offering empathy without judgment, we create an environment where people feel safe enough to grow, learn, and make better choices. This is especially important in our relationships with family and friends. We don't have to agree with everything someone does, but when we offer empathy, we create a space for honest conversation and mutual understanding. The Stoics also understood the importance of practicing compassion, not only toward others, but toward ourselves. It's easy to be compassionate toward others, but much harder to extend that same kindness to ourselves. Self-compassion is about being gentle with yourself when things don't go as planned, when you make mistakes, or when you feel inadequate. It's about treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer a close friend. When you practice self-compassion, you stop beating yourself up over things that are beyond your control and instead focus on what you can do right now to improve the situation. This mindset fosters resilience, helping you bounce back from setbacks and continue moving forward with a sense of peace and self-acceptance. Incorporating compassion into our daily lives requires mindfulness. It requires us to slow down, be present, and really engage with the world around us. In our fast-paced society, it's easy to overlook opportunities for compassion. But when we make a conscious effort to practice empathy, whether it's listening to someone who needs support, offering a kind word, or simply being present in the moment, we start to transform our relationships and our own emotional well-being. By practicing empathy and compassion, we not only make the world a better place for others, but we create a better, more fulfilling life for ourselves as well. At the end of the day, compassion is not just a nice quality to have. It's essential to living a life of meaning and virtue. When we show compassion to others, we strengthen the bonds that connect us, build trust, and create a more positive, supportive environment for everyone. As the Stoics understood, our happiness and well-being are deeply intertwined with the happiness and well-being of those around us. By practicing compassion and empathy, we not only make life better for others, but we enrich our own lives in ways we never expected. So the next time you have the opportunity to be kind, to listen without judgment, or to show up for someone who needs support, remember that it's not just about them. It's about you too. It's about becoming the person you want to be and living a life of virtue and connection. 9. Let go of external validation. How often do you find yourself worrying about what others think of you? It's a natural instinct, right? We all want to be liked, accepted, and validated by those around us. Whether it's getting approval from our friends, our family, or even strangers on social media, the desire for external validation is something that most of us experience at some point in our lives. But what if I told you that this constant need for approval is one of the biggest barriers to living a fulfilling life? The truth is, when we rely on the opinions of others to define our self-worth, we lose control over how we see ourselves. We let others dictate how we feel, and we surrender our power. But here's the liberating truth. You don't need anyone's approval to be happy or successful. Your value comes from within, not from external validation. The Stoics knew this all too well. In fact, the entire philosophy is rooted in the idea that we should not base our self-worth on external circumstances. Epictetus famously said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." In other words, we can't control what other people think or say about us, but we can control how we respond to it. When we stop seeking validation from others, we stop letting their opinions determine our happiness. Instead, we start to focus on what truly matters: our actions, our integrity, and our ability to live in alignment with our values. This shift from external validation to internal validation is a game changer. It's what gives us the freedom to be ourselves without fear of judgment. When we let go of the need for validation, we begin to free ourselves from the constant pressure to perform or conform. Think about how much energy you spend trying to meet other people's expectations, whether it's the pressure to look a certain way, succeed in a specific career, or live up to the ideals set by society. This constant striving for approval can be exhausting, and often it leaves us feeling empty. It's like we're running on a treadmill, always moving, but never really getting anywhere. The Stoics believed that true freedom comes from within and that external validation is just an illusion. They taught us that we should live according to our own principles, not the standards set by others. By focusing on our actions and living authentically, we stop relying on outside sources of validation and start relying on ourselves. When we seek validation from others, we're often trying to mold ourselves into something we're not. We change who we are, how we act, and what we value in order to fit in or gain approval. But this constant need for external validation prevents us from accepting ourselves fully. It makes us question our worth and leaves us feeling insecure and uncertain. The path to true happiness and fulfillment comes from accepting who we are, flaws and all, and embracing our unique qualities without worrying about how others perceive us. When we stop seeking validation from the outside, we can focus on cultivating self-love and self-acceptance. This doesn't mean we become completely indifferent to the opinions of others. We're human, and it's natural to care about how our actions affect those around us. But when we prioritize external validation over internal fulfillment, we lose touch with our true selves. We become so focused on pleasing others that we forget to honor our own desires, dreams, and values. Stoicism encourages us to develop an inner strength that allows us to make decisions based on what aligns with our values, rather than what will earn us the approval of others. When we stop constantly seeking validation, we start living more intentionally with a greater sense of purpose and freedom. Think about how much energy you expend on social media, where likes, comments, and followers seem to determine your worth. It's easy to get caught up in the cycle of measuring your value by the number of people who approve of you online. But when you rely on this kind of validation, you're giving away your power. Your sense of self-worth becomes dependent on someone else's opinion of you, and that's a slippery slope. The Stoics remind us that our value doesn't come from external approval, but from our ability to live in accordance with our principles and actions. In today's world, that means realizing that your worth isn't determined by the number of likes on a post or the opinions of strangers. It's determined by your integrity, your ability to live authentically, and your commitment to your values. When you stop seeking external validation, you begin to understand that your self-worth comes from your own actions and the way you live your life. You become more aligned with your true self. You're not concerned with how others perceive you because you're secure in who you are. This shift is incredibly powerful. It allows you to act with confidence, make decisions based on what's best for you, and stop wasting time trying to meet other people's expectations. As a result, your life becomes richer, more meaningful, and more fulfilling. You begin to experience true freedom because you're no longer dependent on external factors to determine how you feel about yourself. The irony is, the more we let go of the need for validation, the more genuine and authentic connections we create with others. When we're constantly seeking approval, we tend to wear masks. We present an image of ourselves that we think others will like, rather than showing up as our true selves. But when we stop caring about validation, we can finally drop the act. We can show up as who we really are, and that's when we attract the kind of people who appreciate us for who we truly are. The connections we build from this place of authenticity are deeper, more meaningful, and more lasting because they are based on mutual respect and acceptance. Letting go of external validation also allows us to experience life with less stress. Think about the last time you worried about what someone else thought of you. Maybe it was before a big presentation at work or when meeting someone new. That anxiety is draining, isn't it? When we're constantly worrying about how others perceive us, It pulls us out of the present moment and keeps us focused on things that are beyond our control. By releasing the need for external validation, we can finally relax and be present. We can focus on what we're doing, not on how we're being perceived. This sense of ease is incredibly freeing. It allows us to enjoy life without constantly second-guessing ourselves. The power of letting go of external validation also lies in the ability to make choices that align with our values. When we seek approval from others, we tend to make decisions that are driven by the desire for acceptance. We might take a job we don't really want, stay in a relationship that isn't fulfilling, or pretend to like something just because it's popular. But when we stop relying on external validation, we can finally make decisions that reflect who we are and what we truly want. Our actions become aligned with our deeper values, and we begin to live with greater purpose. So, what does it really mean to stop caring about what others think? It means finding peace within yourself, releasing the need for approval, and living in alignment with your own values. It means taking responsibility for your own happiness and not relying on anyone else to define your worth. The Stoics understood that true freedom comes from within. When we let go of external validation, we take back the power to live authentically, with integrity and purpose. And in doing so, we create a life that is more meaningful, more connected, and ultimately more fulfilling. 10. Accept change. Life is full of surprises, isn't it? One moment, everything feels steady and predictable, and the next, something changes. Unexpectedly, sometimes painfully, but always in a way that shakes things up. Change can be uncomfortable, unsettling, and downright scary. It's human nature to resist it. We want things to stay the same because the familiar feels safe. But here's a truth that the Stoics understood well. Change is inevitable. It's a constant force that shapes our lives, whether we're ready for it or not. And while it's natural to feel some resistance, the Stoics believed that the key to peace and growth lies in how we respond to change. Rather than fighting it, they taught us to embrace it as part of the natural flow of life. As Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "Accept whatever comes to you, woven in the pattern of your destiny." This isn't about passively letting life happen to you. It's about understanding that change is a fundamental part of the journey and learning how to move with it, not against it. Change, at its core, is an opportunity. That may sound strange at first, especially when we're facing something difficult or unwanted. But every change, whether big or small, carries the potential for growth. Think about it. How many times have you been thrown out of your comfort zone only to look back and realize that the change was exactly what you needed to grow? Maybe it was a new job that challenged you in ways you didn't expect, or a relationship that pushed you to be a better version of yourself. The Stoics recognized this, and rather than resisting change, they saw it as an integral part of their personal evolution. They understood that each change, even the difficult ones, can be a stepping stone on the path toward a stronger, wiser, and more resilient self. Change, in many ways, is what helps us become who we truly are. Without change, we remain stagnant, stuck in the same patterns and routines. But when change comes into our lives, it forces us to adapt, to evolve, and to redefine ourselves. Embracing change means stepping into the unknown with confidence, knowing that it's an opportunity for self-discovery. Instead of fearing the unknown, we learn to see it as a chance to explore new possibilities, to reinvent ourselves, and to grow beyond the person we were before. The Stoics were no strangers to upheaval. In fact, they embraced it as a natural part of life. They understood that everything in life is temporary: our successes, our failures, our joy, and our pain. The key is to accept that these fluctuations are part of the human experience. Change is inevitable, but how we respond to it is where our power lies. When we resist change, we end up fighting against the very thing that is essential for our growth. But when we embrace it, we give ourselves the freedom to move forward with clarity and purpose. In today's world, it's easy to feel overwhelmed by change. The pace of life seems to be accelerating, with new technologies, shifting social norms, and constant disruptions. It can feel like there's no stability, no certainty. But here's the thing, the Stoics didn't see change as something to be feared or avoided. They saw it as an opportunity to practice resilience and to focus on what they could control, their own responses and actions. When we let go of the need for everything to stay the same, we free ourselves to embrace the opportunities that change brings. Now, embracing change doesn't mean we have to like it or that we won't feel discomfort. It's natural to feel a sense of loss when something familiar is taken away. It's okay to grieve the end of a chapter, whether it's the loss of a job, the end of a relationship, or a major life transition. But here's the thing, the Stoics didn't shy away from discomfort, they leaned into it. They believed that adversity, hardship, and change are all part of what makes us stronger. Instead of resisting the discomfort, they embraced it as a chance to practice virtue and build character. When we resist change, we end up creating more stress and frustration for ourselves. We fight against the current of life, trying to swim upstream, and that only drains our energy. But when we learn to go with the flow, when we accept that change is a part of life, we start to feel more at ease. Life becomes less about struggling against what we can't control, and more about navigating the changes that come our way. In this sense, accepting change is a form of self-care. It's about letting go of the constant need for certainty and embracing the unknown with confidence and trust in our ability to handle whatever comes our way. It's also important to recognize that change can bring about new opportunities. Often, we resist change because we're afraid of what might happen next. The unknown can feel like a threat, especially when we're comfortable in our current situation. But think about the times in your life when you've stepped out of your comfort zone. Maybe you took on a new challenge, moved to a new place, or started a new project. While it may have been scary at first, those moments of change often lead to personal growth, new experiences, and even unexpected rewards. The Stoics understood this. They believed that when we accept change, we open ourselves up to new possibilities and allow ourselves to grow in ways we never thought possible. Jung also spoke about the idea of embracing the unknown in his work, saying, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." In other words, true growth doesn't come from avoiding discomfort or change. It comes from facing it head-on, acknowledging it, and using it as a tool for self-improvement. When we accept change, we face the uncertainty of life with courage and clarity, and we allow ourselves to evolve into the person we're meant to become. Change forces us to confront the unknown, to challenge ourselves, and to grow beyond our current limitations. The Stoics believed that this process, though difficult, is essential for our personal development. So, how can we begin to embrace change in our own lives? It starts with shifting our perspective. Instead of seeing change as a threat, we can start viewing it as an opportunity for growth. When something changes, whether it's a new job, a new relationship, or a new chapter in our lives, we can ask ourselves, what can I learn from this? How can I use this change to grow and become better? This shift in mindset allows us to approach change with curiosity instead of fear. It helps us see the value in the challenges and opportunities that change brings. The truth is, change is going to happen whether we like it or not. It's part of life. But when we learn to accept it, we gain the freedom to live more fully. We stop resisting the flow of life and start moving with it. We open ourselves up to new experiences, new opportunities, and new ways of thinking. And in doing so, we become stronger, more resilient, and more capable of handling whatever life throws our way. Life is constantly evolving, and when we accept that, we free ourselves from the anxiety and frustration that comes from trying to control the uncontrollable. Change isn't something to fear, it's something to embrace. So the next time life throws a curveball your way, remember, you don't have to fight it. You just need to accept it and see how it can help you grow. 11th, simplify your life. In today's world, we're constantly bombarded with messages that tell us we need more things, more experiences, more achievements. The culture of excess is everywhere, from the endless advertisements to the social media posts that highlight the highlight reels of everyone's lives. We're told that happiness is found in the latest gadget, the newest car, or the next big career milestone. It's easy to get caught up in the chase, believing that if we just had a little more, we'd finally feel complete. But deep down, we know something isn't quite right. Despite all the things we accumulate, there's a nagging sense of emptiness. The more we try to fill our lives with stuff, the more we realize that it's not the possessions, the status, or the achievements that bring us true happiness. It's something simpler, something deeper. The Stoics understood this better than anyone. They recognized that our desires for material things, fame, and recognition often lead to stress, distraction, and dissatisfaction. Instead of encouraging us to seek more, they advocated for less clutter, less noise, less distraction. Simplicity, they believed, was the path to freedom. When we strip away the unnecessary, we make room for what truly matters: our relationships, our well-being, and our sense of purpose. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." In other words, peace and contentment don't come from what we own or achieve. They come from how we choose to think and live. Simplicity isn't about deprivation. It's not about living like a monk or denying yourself everything you enjoy. It's about making conscious choices that align with your values rather than being swept away by external pressures or societal expectations. When we simplify, we take control over our lives. We begin to choose what truly serves us and discard what doesn't. This could mean anything from decluttering your home to saying no to commitments that drain your energy. It's about reclaiming your time, your peace, and your focus. It's about stopping the constant race for more and deciding to live with intention. But how can we become who we truly are if we're constantly chasing after things that don't really matter? When we simplify our lives, we create the space to reflect on who we truly are and what we want. It's only by shedding the distractions and excesses that we can start to live authentically. The more we focus on what's essential, the clearer our path becomes. We stop trying to live up to others' expectations and start living in a way that reflects our true values and desires. In this way, simplicity becomes not just a lifestyle choice, but a form of self-actualization. Think about it. How much of your time, energy, and attention is spent on things that don't add real value to your life? Perhaps it's the pile of unnecessary possessions collecting dust, or the social media notifications that pull you out of the present moment. Maybe it's the pressure to keep up with people's expectations, whether it's the latest fashion trends, career accomplishments, or social status. We fill our lives with these distractions, thinking they'll bring us fulfillment, but in reality, they often do the opposite. They take us away from the things that matter most, like our personal growth, our relationships, and our inner peace. The Stoics weren't anti-material. They understood that material things can serve a purpose in our lives, but they didn't define us. True wealth lies not in the number of things we own, but in our ability to appreciate and make the most of what we already have. The more we simplify our lives, the less we rely on external things to give us a sense of worth or satisfaction. We learn to find joy in the present moment and in the simple things, like spending time with loved ones, enjoying a good book, or taking a walk in nature. Simplifying your life also means learning to say no. In our modern world, we often find ourselves overcommitted, stretched thin, and stressed out. We say yes to things that don't align with our values or our well-being because we feel obligated or because we don't want to disappoint others. But the Stoics taught us that our time is one of our most precious resources and we should use it wisely. We can also simplify our relationships. It's easy to get caught up in the whirlwind of social media, trying to keep up with everyone's lives and maintain superficial connections. But the Stoics believed that true friendship is based on virtue and shared values, not on popularity or surface-level interactions. Associate with people who are likely to improve you, said Epictetus. By simplifying our relationships, we can focus on the people who truly add value to our lives, those who inspire us, challenge us, and support us in becoming our best selves. We don't need 100 friends. We need a few meaningful connections that nurture our growth and well-being. When we remove the distractions of shallow relationships, we create the space for deeper, more fulfilling connections. When we talk about simplifying our lives, it also means simplifying our thoughts. How many times do we find ourselves caught in negative thought patterns, worrying about things that are out of our control? The Stoics understood that our thoughts shape our reality. By simplifying our mental landscape, we can quiet the noise and focus on what's truly important. Marcus Aurelius encouraged us to focus on the present moment and not be overwhelmed by past regrets or future anxieties. By training our minds to focus on what we can control and letting go of the things that don't serve us, we simplify our inner world. This mental clarity is a key part of living a peaceful and fulfilled life. Jung also touched on the importance of simplicity when he said, "The more a man knows, the more he realizes he doesn't know." This humility and willingness to let go of unnecessary complexities allows us to live with greater clarity. It's about embracing the idea that we don't need to know everything. We don't need to have everything figured out, and we don't need to constantly prove ourselves. Simplicity, in this sense, is not about ignorance or avoidance. It's about acceptance. It's about accepting that we don't need to complicate our lives with things, thoughts, or relationships that drain us. Instead, we can embrace simplicity as a path to deeper understanding, self-awareness, and peace. When you simplify your life, you open up more room for what truly brings you joy. You create space for your passions, your dreams, and your purpose. You stop chasing after things that don't matter and start living a life that's aligned with who you really are. Whether it's decluttering your home, saying no to unnecessary commitments, or focusing on the relationships that nourish you, simplifying your life leads to greater freedom. The Stoics were masters of this concept, teaching us that true happiness doesn't come from accumulating more. It comes from learning to live with less. When you simplify, you make room for the things that truly matter, and in doing so, you create a life that's rich in meaning, purpose, and peace. 12th, practice mindfulness. Have you ever felt like your mind is a whirlwind, racing from one thought to the next without any control? It can be exhausting, right? We're constantly being pulled in different directions, and it often feels like we're reacting to the world around us instead of choosing how we respond. This kind of mental chaos is something we've all experienced, but here's the thing. It doesn't have to be that way. What if you could learn to slow down, take a step back, and become more aware of what's happening in your mind without getting swept away by it. That's where mindfulness comes in. And believe it or not, this practice of being present and fully engaged in the moment isn't just a modern trend, it's something the Stoics knew well and practiced themselves. Mindfulness, at its core, is about being aware of your thoughts, feelings, and actions in the present moment, without judgment. It's the simple act of observing what's going on inside you, your emotions, your thoughts, your body, and accepting it for what it is, without trying to change or fix anything right away. The Stoics understood this idea deeply. They didn't call it mindfulness, but their teachings are rooted in this very practice. For them, being mindful wasn't just about quieting the mind or seeking inner peace for the sake of relaxation. It was about gaining control over our reactions to the world around us. The Stoics knew that we can't always control the events that happen in our lives, but we can control how we respond to them, and mindfulness is one of the most effective tools we have for doing just that. When we take a moment to observe our thoughts and feelings, we create space between the stimulus and our reaction. Instead of automatically reacting to stress, frustration, or anger, we become aware of these emotions as they arise. This gives us the power to choose how we respond, rather than being carried away by automatic, often unhealthy reactions. This is the foundation of Stoic practice, learning to master our internal state, regardless of what's happening on the outside. Think about the last time you felt overwhelmed. Maybe you had a busy day at work, a personal conflict, or a situation where everything felt like it was spiraling out of control. How did you react in that moment? Maybe you snapped, felt anxious, or withdrew. These are natural responses, but when we're caught up in them, we lose our ability to respond thoughtfully. Instead, we react impulsively. Mindfulness offers a different path. Instead of immediately reacting, mindfulness asks us to pause, breathe, and simply observe. What are you feeling? What thoughts are running through your head? Just the act of noticing can help us gain some distance from the intensity of the moment. This simple practice can give us the clarity to make better decisions and respond in a way that aligns with our values rather than our impulses. Carl Jung had a profound insight on this when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Jung's words remind us that many of our reactions and behaviors are unconscious, driven by past experiences, fears, and unresolved emotions. The beauty of mindfulness is that it allows us to bring these unconscious patterns into the light of our awareness. When we take a moment to observe our thoughts and emotions without judgment, we can begin to recognize these unconscious influences. And when we see them for what they are, we can begin to change how we respond to them. The Stoics didn't shy away from difficult emotions. They didn't teach us to suppress anger, fear, or sadness. Instead, they taught us to observe and understand these emotions so we could decide how to act in response. Epictetus taught that it's not what happens to us that matters, but how we react to it. He said, "It's not things themselves that disturb us, but our opinions about them." This is a powerful statement. The events in our lives are neutral. They don't have intrinsic meaning. The meaning we assign to them comes from our thoughts and interpretations. By practicing mindfulness, we become aware of these interpretations, and we gain the ability to shift our perspective rather than being controlled by it. A simple practice you can start with is to take a few deep breaths when you're feeling stressed or overwhelmed. Close your eyes for a moment and just focus on your breathing. Notice the rise and fall of your chest, the sensation of air entering and leaving your body. As you breathe, allow yourself to observe the thoughts that come and go. Don't try to change them or judge them, just let them be. This practice grounds you in the present moment and allows you to gain perspective. It's a small but powerful tool that can help you regain control when life feels chaotic. This simple act of mindfulness can change the way you approach life. It helps you respond rather than react. One of the core tenets of Stoicism is the idea of controlling what is within our power and accepting what is not. Mindfulness is a direct way to practice this principle. When we're mindful, we learn to focus on what we can control, our thoughts, emotions, and actions, while accepting that we can't control everything else. Life will continue to throw challenges our way. But when we approach these challenges with mindfulness, we respond with clarity and calm, instead of being swept away by fear, anger, or frustration. This practice helps us build resilience and inner strength, allowing us to face life's difficulties with more grace and composure. Mindfulness also helps us develop a deeper sense of gratitude. When we're caught up in the rush of daily life, it's easy to overlook the simple pleasures and moments of beauty that surround us. But when we slow down and become present, we begin to notice these things more clearly. We see the small victories, the moments of connection, and the little joys that often go unnoticed. This kind of awareness cultivates a sense of gratitude for the present moment, rather than constantly striving for more or looking for happiness in the future. The Stoics taught us that happiness doesn't come from external circumstances. It comes from our ability to appreciate and make the most of what we already have. So what can mindfulness really do for you? It can help you manage stress, make better decisions, and live with more purpose and clarity. It can help you become more aware of your thoughts and emotions, giving you the power to choose how you respond to life's challenges. It can improve your relationships by allowing you to be more present and attentive to the people around you. Most importantly, mindfulness can help you cultivate inner peace and resilience, which are the true foundations of happiness. The beauty of mindfulness is that it's a simple practice that anyone can start, no matter where they are in life. You don't need special equipment or years of training. All you need is the willingness to pause, to observe, and to be present. The more you practice mindfulness, the more natural it becomes. It becomes a part of how you approach the world, a tool you can use anytime you feel overwhelmed or disconnected. It helps you navigate the ups and downs of life with more composure and clarity. By integrating mindfulness into your daily routine, you're not just managing stress or anxiety, you're creating a deeper connection with yourself and the world around you. This connection is what the Stoics called living in accordance with nature. It's about living in harmony with yourself, your values, and the world around you. And when you do that, life becomes more peaceful, more fulfilling, and more meaningful. So, take a moment right now to be present. Breathe deeply, observe your thoughts, and simply be. It's a small step, but it's the first step toward a life of mindfulness and inner peace. 13. Pursue virtue above all else. At the heart of every great philosophy lies a core principle, something that serves as the foundation for everything else. For the Stoics, this core principle was virtue. Virtue wasn't just a nice idea or a lofty goal. It was the highest good. It was the guiding light, the thing that made everything else in life meaningful. In a world where success, wealth, and external achievements are often placed on a pedestal, the Stoics taught us that true happiness and fulfillment come not from the things we acquire, but from how we live. They believed that living virtuously, acting with wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance was the key to everything else falling into place. It's a mindset that challenges us to ask ourselves, not "what do I have?" or "what can I get?" but "am I living with integrity? Am I being fair to others? Am I showing courage when faced with challenges?" In the end, virtue is the compass that points us toward a life that is not only meaningful, but truly fulfilling. Virtue, for the Stoics, wasn't a vague concept. They broke it down into 4 key pillars: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Wisdom, to the Stoics, was about understanding what is within our control and what isn't, and acting accordingly. It's the knowledge that helps us navigate life with clarity and purpose. Courage, meanwhile, is about facing adversity with strength, not just in the big dramatic moments, but in the small, everyday challenges as well. Justice is about treating others fairly, respecting their rights, and working towards the common good. Finally, temperance is about self-control, knowing when to say no, when to step back, and how to maintain balance in all things. These virtues, when practiced consistently, create a solid foundation for living a life of integrity and purpose. The journey to becoming our true selves is not about external accomplishments or material success. It's about developing our character, living in accordance with our values, and striving to be the best version of ourselves. When we make virtue our North Star, we're not just chasing fleeting achievements or trying to impress others. Instead, we're focused on becoming the kind of person who lives with integrity, fairness, and self-discipline, regardless of what's happening around us. In doing so, we align our actions with our values, and we begin to experience a sense of peace and fulfillment that can't be found in external achievements. It's easy to get caught up in the distractions of life, the constant pressure to achieve, to succeed, to be better than everyone else. We live in a society that often measures success by how much we have or what we can acquire. But the Stoics remind us that these things are external, temporary, and ultimately, they don't provide lasting happiness. True contentment, they believed, comes from within. When we focus on virtue, we shift our attention away from external rewards and begin to focus on what's truly important: our character, our integrity, and our relationships with others. This shift can be incredibly liberating. It frees us from the need for external validation and allows us to live according to our own standards. And paradoxically, when we focus on becoming the best version of ourselves, everything else, success, happiness, fulfillment, begins to fall into place. Living virtuously also means facing life's challenges with resilience and grace. We all face adversity at some point in our lives, whether it's a personal loss, a setback at work, or a difficult relationship. It's during these times that our true character is tested. The Stoics believed that it's not the challenges we face that define us, but how we respond to them. Are we able to stay calm in the face of adversity? Do we act with integrity, even when it's difficult? Are we courageous enough to face our fears and push forward, even when the odds seem stacked against us? These are the moments when our virtue is put to the test. And while it's not always easy, the Stoics teach us that it's during these moments that we have the greatest opportunity for growth. One of the core ideas of Stoicism is that we can't control external events, but we can control how we respond to them. This idea is grounded in wisdom, the understanding that we can't control everything, but we can choose how we react. This doesn't mean we should passively accept everything that happens to us. Instead, it means that we should approach each situation with a calm and clear mind, considering what we can do to respond with virtue. As Epictetus said, we cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them. This is the essence of Stoic wisdom. By focusing on our reactions, we take control of our lives, regardless of what happens around us. Justice is another key virtue in Stoic philosophy, and it's one that's particularly relevant in today's world. In a society that often seems divided, unjust, and unequal, it can be easy to feel powerless or cynical. But the Stoics remind us that we all have a role to play in creating a more just world. Justice for the Stoics wasn't just about following the law. It was about treating others with respect, fairness, and compassion. It's about acting in a way that benefits the collective good, rather than just our own personal gain. When we act with justice, we contribute to a society where everyone's rights are respected and where people are treated with dignity and kindness. This doesn't mean we have to be perfect or always get it right, but it does mean that we should strive to act with fairness and integrity in every interaction we have. Courage, the Stoics believed, is not just about facing physical danger, but about showing up for life in an authentic and courageous way. It's about making the tough decisions, standing up for what's right, and speaking out when it's necessary. Courage doesn't mean we won't feel fear. It means that we act despite that fear. It's about choosing to do the right thing, even when it's hard. As Seneca wrote, courage is not the absence of fear, but the judgment that something else is more important than fear. True courage comes when we acknowledge our fears and doubts, but choose to act with integrity and purpose anyway. It's this kind of courage that allows us to live a life that is aligned with our deepest values. Finally, temperance is a key part of Stoic virtue. In a world that often encourages excess and indulgence, temperance teaches us the power of self-control. It's about knowing when to say no, when to pull back, and when to find balance. Temperance isn't about depriving ourselves. It's about understanding our desires and making choices that align with our long-term well-being. It's about not letting our impulses or immediate desires control us, but instead acting in a way that serves our greater goals and values. As the Stoic philosopher Zeno said, well-being is attained little by little, and nevertheless is no little thing itself. Temperance is about practicing moderation in all things, and recognizing that true happiness doesn't come from indulging every desire, but from finding balance and peace within ourselves. When you make virtue your guiding principle, you start to see the world differently. You stop measuring your worth by external achievements and start measuring it by the quality of your character. You become less concerned with what others think and more focused on being the best version of yourself. You begin to live with integrity, fairness, and courage, and as a result, your life becomes more meaningful. The Stoics understood that when we pursue virtue above all else, everything else falls into place. Happiness, success, and fulfillment are not the result of external circumstances. They are the natural byproducts of living a virtuous life. So, ask yourself, am I living with wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance? Am I acting with integrity and striving to be the best version of myself? If the answer is yes, then everything else will follow. 14. Be self-aware. Imagine going through life without really knowing who you are. It might sound like a strange thought, but it's not uncommon. We live in a fast-paced world, constantly moving from one task to the next, often without pausing to really reflect on our own thoughts, feelings, or actions. Yet how can we expect to grow, improve, or even find true fulfillment if we don't take the time to understand ourselves? Self-awareness is one of the most powerful tools we can have in our personal development toolbox, and it's something the Stoics understood well. In fact, self-awareness was the foundation of their entire philosophy. Without it, they knew, we'd be blindly navigating life without ever really reaching our potential. But when we take the time to reflect, to question, and to truly understand our own minds, we unlock the ability to grow, to improve, and to live more intentionally. The Stoics practiced self-awareness in a very deliberate way. They didn't wait for some random moment of clarity to strike. They actively reflected on their actions and thoughts every single day. Marcus Aurelius kept a personal journal where he would reflect on his day, evaluate his actions, and ask himself questions like, what did I do well today? And what could I improve? It wasn't about beating himself up over mistakes, but rather about learning from them. By reflecting regularly, he could see where he was thriving and where he still needed to grow. This daily practice of self-awareness helped him live with greater wisdom, compassion, and integrity. The Stoics weren't perfect people, and they didn't expect perfection from themselves. What they sought was progress, the kind of progress that comes from understanding oneself deeply and using that understanding to become better each day. You might be thinking, I don't have time for journaling every day, and that's okay. The point isn't about creating another task to check off your to-do list. The real practice of self-awareness can be as simple as taking a moment at the end of your day to reflect. It's about creating a habit of checking in with yourself regularly, asking questions like, what did I do today that made me proud? Or, where could I have handled things better? This doesn't have to be a lengthy process. It can be as short as 5 minutes. The important thing is to create a routine of reflecting on your actions and thoughts so that you can recognize patterns, acknowledge your strengths, and identify areas where you can improve. Self-awareness isn't about judging ourselves or trying to be perfect. It's about seeing ourselves clearly without distortion and embracing both our strengths and weaknesses. By acknowledging our flaws and accepting them as part of who we are, we can begin to change the things we don't like while also appreciating the unique qualities that make us who we are. Self-awareness gives us the ability to navigate life's challenges with greater clarity. When we know ourselves, our motivations, our triggers, our desires, we can approach situations more mindfully, making decisions that are in alignment with our true values rather than reacting impulsively or being driven by external pressures. Without self-awareness, it's easy to fall into autopilot mode. We wake up, go through the motions, and then go to bed, repeating the same cycle over and over without ever really thinking about how we're living. The Stoics recognized that this kind of unconscious living is a barrier to true fulfillment. To live intentionally, we must first understand where we're starting from. The Stoic practice of reflection allows us to take stock of our thoughts, actions, and emotions, giving us the clarity we need to make better decisions moving forward. When we aren't self-aware, we allow ourselves to be controlled by outside circumstances or unconscious habits. But when we pause to reflect, we gain control over our reactions and actions. We stop being reactive and start being proactive in shaping our lives. Self-awareness is also crucial for our personal relationships. How many times have you found yourself in a disagreement or conflict, only to realize later that you weren't fully aware of your emotions in the moment? Perhaps you overreacted, or maybe you didn't express yourself in the most constructive way. Self-awareness allows us to understand our emotions as they arise, so we can respond in a more thoughtful and effective manner. By reflecting on our actions and the way we interact with others, we can improve our communication, build stronger relationships, and resolve conflicts with greater ease. The Stoics knew that being in touch with our emotions, without being overwhelmed by them, is a key part of leading a virtuous life. They didn't teach emotional suppression. They taught emotional understanding. And that understanding comes from being aware of how we feel, why we feel it, and how to channel that emotion constructively. Take, for example, a difficult situation at work or in a friendship. How often do we react impulsively? Maybe we get defensive, frustrated, or angry, without taking a step back to understand why we're feeling that way. When we're unaware of our emotional triggers, we let those emotions control us, and our reactions may not align with the person we truly want to be. But when we practice self-awareness, we can recognize those triggers before they take over, and we can choose to respond in a way that reflects our deeper values. The Stoics believed that wisdom comes from understanding ourselves fully, including our emotional responses, so that we can act with purpose rather than impulse. Self-awareness also plays a vital role in our overall well-being. When we're disconnected from ourselves, it's easy to feel lost or overwhelmed. We may start to question our purpose, our direction, or our sense of fulfillment. But by regularly checking in with ourselves, we can keep ourselves grounded and focused on what truly matters. This practice helps us identify when we're veering off course, so we can realign ourselves with our values and goals. Just as a captain uses a compass to navigate a ship, self-awareness serves as our internal compass, guiding us through life's storms and uncertainties. The more attuned we are to our own thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, the more confident we become in our ability to navigate whatever comes our way. If you're new to the practice of self-reflection, it might feel awkward at first. We're often not used to slowing down and checking in with ourselves. But like any skill, self-awareness improves with practice. You might start with something as simple as writing down one thing you did well each day and one thing you'd like to improve. Over time, this small practice can lead to deeper insights into your behavior, thoughts, and emotions. The Stoics knew that growth doesn't happen overnight. It's a continuous, lifelong process. They didn't expect perfection from themselves, but they did expect progress. By practicing self-awareness, you put yourself on the path of continuous improvement, which is at the core of living a virtuous life. Another valuable aspect of self-awareness is its ability to help us set boundaries. When we're aware of our own limits, desires, and needs, we're better able to communicate them to others. Setting boundaries is crucial for maintaining our mental and emotional health. Without self-awareness, we often say yes when we should say no, overextend ourselves, or allow others to dictate how we spend our time and energy. The Stoics understood that we cannot live a life of virtue if we allow others' expectations to dictate our actions. Self-awareness helps us recognize when we're being pulled in too many directions, so we can step back, reevaluate, and make choices that are aligned with our own well-being. Jung, in his exploration of the human psyche, also emphasized the importance of self-awareness in our journey toward individuation, becoming the person we're truly meant to be. He said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." This idea speaks to the profound realization that self-awareness is the key to unlocking our fullest potential. It's not in seeking approval or direction from the outside world that we find fulfillment, but in understanding ourselves deeply and pursuing our own path with clarity and conviction. By looking inward, we begin the process of awakening to our true nature, and that's where real growth begins. So, if you're ready to start living more intentionally, more aligned with your true self, begin with self-awareness. Take time each day to reflect, to ask yourself what you've learned and where you can grow. Don't rush the process or expect instant results. Like the Stoics, embrace self-awareness as a lifelong practice, something that will guide you through life's ups and downs. The more you understand yourself, the more you'll be able to live a life that's aligned with your values, your purpose, and your vision for who you want to become. 15. Be present in every action. In the hustle and bustle of daily life, it's so easy to get caught up in the whirlwind of thoughts, distractions, and endless to-do lists. How often do you find yourself doing one thing while your mind is racing through a dozen other thoughts? Maybe you're washing dishes, but you're already thinking about the next meeting or what you're going to eat for dinner. Or perhaps you're spending time with a friend, but instead of being fully engaged, you're distracted by your phone or your own wandering thoughts. It's almost as if we're physically present, but mentally somewhere else entirely. This kind of mental disconnect is common, but it can lead to feelings of stress, frustration, and even a lack of fulfillment. But what if I told you that the key to finding peace and living a more meaningful life lies in something as simple as being fully present in every action you take? The Stoics, ancient philosophers who practiced a life of virtue, wisdom, and inner tranquility, understood the importance of being present. For them, being fully engaged in the task at hand wasn't just a nice idea. It was essential to living a good life, whether it was washing their hands, making a decision in public life, or having a conversation with a friend. They believed every action should be done deliberately and mindfully. So, what does it mean to be present? Being present doesn't just mean physically showing up. It means giving your full attention and energy to what you're doing right now. It's about immersing yourself in the task, the conversation or the experience, and letting go of distractions. This is where true peace is found. When we're truly present, we're no longer dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. We let go of regrets, anxieties, and all the mental clutter that so often pulls us out of the present moment. Instead, we focus entirely on the now. And when we do that, we begin to notice the richness of each moment, whether it's the simple act of cleaning up or the deep connection we feel when we're with a loved one. In many ways, being present is the path to becoming our true selves. When we're fully engaged in the moment, we stop pretending, stop performing, and stop trying to be someone else. We become authentic, grounded, and centered. But to do this, we have to practice. It's not something that comes easily, especially in a world full of distractions. It requires conscious effort and a willingness to slow down. When we're present, we bring our true selves into whatever we're doing, whether it's in our work, our relationships, or our daily routines. One of the main reasons we struggle with being present is that we're constantly pulled in different directions. We're living in a time where notifications, emails, and social media bombards us every minute of the day. We're also taught to multitask, to juggle multiple projects and responsibilities at once. But Stoicism teaches us that true focus and fulfillment come from doing one thing at a time and doing it well. Epictetus said, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." His words remind us that if we want to live with intention and purpose, we need to give our full attention to what's in front of us. When we divide our attention between 100 different things, we're never truly present in any of them. But when we commit ourselves fully to one thing, we can give it our best, and the results will reflect that. This idea is particularly important when it comes to our relationships. Have you ever been in a conversation with someone, but your mind was elsewhere? Maybe you were thinking about what to say next, or you were distracted by your phone. How did that affect the quality of the conversation? Being fully present with someone is one of the most powerful ways we can show care, respect, and appreciation. It's in those moments of undivided attention that we truly connect with others. When we're distracted and not truly present, we often add unnecessary layers of anxiety and frustration to a situation. But when we focus on the here and now, we eliminate the clutter in our minds and experience greater clarity. Being present is also about noticing the small things, the details that we often overlook in our rush to get things done. Imagine you're walking down the street, thinking about your to-do list or what's coming up later in the day. You might not even notice the beauty around you, the flowers in bloom, the sounds of birds chirping, or the cool breeze on your face. But if you take a moment to pause, to really take in your surroundings, you'll find that life is rich with small, fleeting moments of beauty. The Stoics believed that peace comes from appreciating the present moment, not waiting for the next big event or the next milestone to bring happiness. It's in the everyday mundane tasks that we find true fulfillment, if only we take the time to notice. Practicing presence is not about being perfect. It's about being intentional. It's about creating the habit of showing up fully for whatever you're doing, whether it's a big project at work, spending time with your family, or simply washing dishes. And the beauty of this practice is that the more you do it, the more natural it becomes. You begin to notice that each moment is a gift, and you start to live with a greater sense of appreciation and mindfulness. One of the key aspects of being present is acceptance. Acceptance of where you are right now, without judgment or resistance. The Stoics taught us that while we can't always control external circumstances, we can always control how we respond to them. When we fully embrace the present moment, we accept that life is full of ups and downs, successes and failures. Instead of wishing things were different, we embrace what is, knowing that every moment holds the potential for growth. Being present also means taking responsibility for our actions. When we're present in what we're doing, we take full ownership of our decisions and behaviors. We're not distracted or lost in excuses. We are clear, intentional, and conscious in every choice we make. This level of mindfulness is empowering because it puts us in the driver's seat of our own lives. We stop letting the world dictate how we feel and act. Instead, we consciously choose how we respond, which gives us greater control over our lives and our happiness. The challenge, of course, is to build the habit of presence, especially in a world full of distractions. It's easy to get caught up in the whirlwind of daily life, but with intentional practice, you can begin to train yourself to be more present. Whether it's through meditation, mindfulness practices, or simply making a conscious effort to slow down and focus on one task at a time, you'll start to see the difference in your life. You'll experience more peace, more clarity, and a deeper connection to yourself and others. So what can you do right now to start being more present? The first step is simple. Pay attention. Pay attention to the small moments in your day, the people you talk to, the tasks you do, the thoughts you have. Notice them without judgment, without rushing to get to the next thing. When you're present, you're giving your full self to whatever you're doing, and in doing so, you'll find that life becomes richer, more meaningful, and more connected. Remember, as the Stoics taught us, true peace and fulfillment come not from achieving more, but from being fully engaged in the present moment. As we wrap up, remember this: life is happening right now, in this very moment. The more we show up fully, whether it's in our work, relationships, or personal growth, the more we unlock the true power of living with purpose. So take this wisdom with you and start living it today.